your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Thursday and or Friday Eve, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports. And it's not just any Thursday. It is schedule release Thursday. I know I said I don't care about the schedules, and I still kind of don't. But I'm going to live vicariously through all of you that really do seem to care. And at 12:15, the schedules come out. Schedules come out. Schedules get hot. The Allen Stiles Show gets hot. And the schedule is going to come out not just with me on the microphone, not just with Kyle popping in and out on the microphone. Chris Watkins is going to be here when the schedule comes out. Brennan Nunez is going to be here when the schedule comes out. Frank Garcelli,
we bring the boom.
He's going to be in a meeting.
That's what we do.
He's going to be in the meeting somewhere.
Does this guy even work here anymore?
He's got a lot of meetings. But he's going to be excited in that meeting when the schedule comes out. It's schedule release Thursday, and we will actually find out if my 13-7 prediction, at worst, by the way, at best 15-5, at worst 13-7, we will find out whether Allen cooked or whether Allen is cooked. That's what we are going to find out. Okay? We also are going to discuss Zach LaVine's ceiling. I went so nerdy last night, it is not funny for you.
Nerds.
I went all the way back to the 2015-2016 season, and I pulled the most random players that received MVP votes within the last 10 years. Okay, why did I do that? Because I believe that Zach LaVine could be one of these players. And I would argue, and I have to double check, that almost all of these players, a lot of them are in the East, but almost all of these players took their teams to the playoffs. So if Zach LaVine can be one of these players and Domantas Sabonis be Domantas Sabonis, we discuss Zach LaVine's ceiling and how much he can help this team get to the promised land, which means the 6th, 7th, or 8th seed. Because that's all you need. I still think 7th or 8th, you get 2 shots, you're going to win one of those games. I believe. Now, if there was a team to lose both, historically, it would probably be the Sacramento Kings. But we're not going to talk about that today because it's about Zach LaVine's ceiling. If he can be one of these players, we're going to talk about 30 minutes, okay? Because you're in the midst of commercial-free local sports talk. 10:30, I will give you some random names. Some of them aren't, they actually aren't all terribly random, but it's when they happened and who they happened with. When I give you those names, we should feel a little bit better about Zach LaVine. And if he can just be one of these guys, whether or not the Kings can get to the playoffs. And we'll know a lot more as the schedule comes out. And that's at 12:15. So we have that for you. I double-checked. I don't know why I was worried about this word, but Kyle Shanahan was on Sirius XM talking about his squad. And the question is Kyle Shanahan sandbagging, or should we lower those expectations? Should you run to Reno right now and take the under on the 10.5? Because when you hear Kyle Shanahan talk in this clip from Sirius XM, it's going to make you feel like you should take the under. It's a very developmental season, even though they gave George Kittle all that money and extended him. It's a very developmental season. That's how Kyle Shanahan is trying to craft this. Is he protecting his butt? Is he sandbagging us? And should he even be able to speak the way he's speaking? How realistic should we feel about this? So we're going to discuss that. We also going to break down what exactly Jake Gaden got me back on this, I should say, because we brought it up, right? We brought it up, I think, right as the season ended, when we were trying to figure out, right after Doug Christie got named head coach, he got the interim tag removed, brought up, what is this offense going to look like, right? So just for Kyle, I found one of the kind of nerdiest links I've ever seen, okay, by Tim Schmitz. Okay, Tim Schmitz. He has not released the 24-25 version yet, but the 7 kinds of NBA offenses in the 2023-2024 season, he has them broken down in his thequantumschmitz.com. All right, I went deep in the bag. Okay? Like the fries at the bottom of the bag. Shout out to our guy. Shout out to our guy Mark. Because that's what we're talking about today. We are going deep into the offensive bag. Mark Jones. So we have that for you as well. Okay. Law Murray was on the drive, guys. And that's doing really well on YouTube, by the way. Everybody is excited about the young guys. So Law Murray was on the drive, guys. We have a clip from that we are going to play for you. And that's going to lead us right into what? Why the Kings should run that tankathon. That's what it's going to run you right into when you find out what these young boys got going on and what they were doing at UCLA. So we have that for you as well. And as I mentioned, the Kings roundtable, depending on how you look at it, 2/3 of the roundtable or 3/4 of the roundtable if you count me. But Chris Watkins in the building, Brandon Nunez in the building.
The triangle.
That's right. It could be the triangle offense. That's what we're running as the Quantum Schmitz article. We will break that down for you. And before I get into what I was going to say about the A's stuff and John Fisher, those who have been listening, and thank you for listening. If you listen for 4 minutes or the whole 4 hours, we appreciate you. 1 day a week or 4 days a week, we really, really appreciate you. It's been a fun couple years here, and we're just getting started. 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. Call line, text line, and the SAC chat. But if you've been listening to the show, this Keurig gate, it keeps expanding.
Oh, boy.
Okay? So first of all, the pods for the Keurig, and this is all connected to Style Espresso, right? The pods upstairs, we don't get all of the good pods. We got decaf pods. We have one basic pod. I go downstairs to the sales team. They got caramel. They got all these different pods. Okay, cool. So I got to grab a pod from downstairs. Then I got to walk upstairs to put the pod in the Keurig.
Which I originally thought you just brought it from home.
Right, Kyle thought I was just slanging pods and just bringing them from home. Then I look at the dang Keurig and it says preparando on it. Somebody changed the Keurig to Spanish.
Turned it into a cafe maker.
This is why all I want is for Pat to just brew a nice batch of coffee. I don't want to have to do, they got Skinny Girl coffee. They got this donut shop. All I want is just to know, I don't know how strong it is. I don't know how strong it is. I don't know anything about it. I just know that Pat made it, and I can go to Pat, knock on the KNCI door when on the break and say, "Great batch, Pat." Now I'm dealing with the Spanish Keurig. What is the deal, man?
What is the deal, Allen? I lost the plot about 2 days ago about what's bothering you with it, but
it's all bothering me. Why is it in Spanish? Why is it preparando?
Look, I can't explain why the cafe maker pulled up, but I do think you liked it the way it was.
Yeah.
And you're not, if I'm reading you correctly, you're not the biggest fan of change.
My family would agree with your assessment, yes.
So I think the coffee maker being part of your daily routine, usually in between show, like in that 5 minutes between when Dave's show ends and when this show starts, being part of your daily routine, you're not liking that you have to spend an extra 2 minutes waiting for the
I think I
Keurig.
got to send an email. Do they still have the old coffee pots?
And can Pat make it for you?
Did we get rid of them?
So now it would only be Pat making coffee for you.
No, you can still make, I guarantee you there is a group of us that just wanted to go back to the way it was, man. The good old days.
You know what? I'll go ask Cody, go ask Sonia, go ask Angie, see if anyone agrees with you. I don't think we're going to find many people who are in your camp.
Go take a poll, man. I guarantee you everybody misses the way it was. 916-339-1140. And that's how I'm feeling on this Throwback Thursday. We got some throwback jams for you as well, taking you up to 2 p.m. So I had this audio, but I didn't want to make Kyle's job that difficult, so we don't even need to play the audio.
Well, I guess I cut it for nothing then.
Okay, well you can play it. You can play it. Since you already took the time, I didn't know if you did or not. So this is John Fisher. He actually popped up at an A's game, and it directly connects to what we were talking about yesterday with Shohei Ohtani, and I will tell you how. Here it is. So John Fisher is walking past the front row, just getting booed in Sacramento. All right. And all it reminded me of is this Shohei stuff from yesterday with the Hawaii with the Hawaii lawsuits that's happening. I know John Fisher, they say he's not the one of the richest owners when it comes to Major League Baseball, but he's done pretty well for himself. And, there's a Nepo baby conversations that are going on with Kirk Lakeup as well, who's leaving the Warriors. With all that being said, why do people like this find themselves in these situations? If I was John Fisher, I don't know how I would have went about it as far as the Oakland thing. I'm not trying to get into the politics of all that. All I know is when I'm 50 whatever years old, as a multi-millionaire, I will not be getting booed and cussed at. I'm just not going to let it happen. I will make the requisite decisions to ensure that I am not walking around anyone's baseball field getting cussed at and booed at.
So John Fisher owns a baseball team that he literally cannot attend because if he shows his face, it's not like Sutter Health Park has like backdoor entrances like that too. If he wants to go to one of the boxes, you got to walk through the crowd like everyone else. So
and he ain't slick. He thought he could sneak to an A's-Rays game because ain't nobody there. He is not slick.
By the way, tickets were $10 yesterday for that game.
John Fisher is 64 years old, worth $3.5 billion. I wish I would put myself in a dumb enough situation to be getting booed. I am too old. You are too old, John Fisher, to be getting booed at 64 years old, and you are too rich to be getting booed at a $3.5 billion as far as your worth. It is just insane to me. These rich people, they just don't screw it up. It's like game managers. You've won, right? You've won. You're on a team with a lot of talent. Hey, just don't mess it up for us.
But he's also at the point where, like, we're beyond saying uncle, right? Like, at what point do you just give in and say, I don't want this anymore? He just
he's past that. No, he is past that.
We're way past that. He just keeps pushing forward. Like, at a certain level, it's kind of the way that a lot of, I shouldn't say society, but in a way, like, shame. If you don't have shame, you can essentially get away with pretty much anything at this point. If you're just willing to push past the shame and the embarrassment and your name being dragged through the mud, you can just keep tregging along and no one's really going to stop you. It is honestly shameless I'm saying it in a complimentary way, but also in the most awful way you can be, right? Like, Shame would be a good governor in this situation because he's not even in Oakland anymore and he's being booed in a place where they don't have to be.
Right. I'm telling you right now, I would not find myself in this situation. I would not find myself in that situation.
No.
I don't care. Whatever I got to do, if I'm worth $3.5 billion and I'm 64 years old, I promise you I will not be getting booed at. I promise you. I might just never leave the house.
Or never go to my baseball team.
People are saying, here's the thing. People are saying sell. And it's too late now, but you want me to sell? Sure, I'll sell. You want me to sell? Okay, I'm worth $3.5 billion. I'm in my 60s. He's probably a grandpa. Well, you don't need to deal with this, man. You really don't.
At the very least, he's the age of a grandpa.
You are grandpa adjacent, if not a grandpa.
And also, like, so he lives out in the Bay, from what I understand. You had to come hours away to this game in order to get booed. So, like, you just commuted 2 hours to get booed.
Yeah, you earned that booing.
Yeah.
And he thought, it's the Rays. We're in Sacramento now. I'm probably good. You're not, brother.
No, and this is the thing. At the Coliseum, he never showed up, or at least no one saw him show up for years at the end. So outside of opening day and these have been the only real John Fisher sightings for the most. I'm sure he's at the Earthquake game still, but like this is the only John Fisher sighting around the Athletics anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
And of course people are going to boo him because people only know the name John Fisher in the terms of guy who ruined the Athletics and guy who continues to ruin the Athletics. That's the only thing people know about you too. So in any public setting where people are going to recognize you, that's all people are going to know about you.
That's it. That's it. So John Fisher, you're too rich, you're too old, it's too far gone now. But I don't feel bad for him. Don't get me wrong. He made his bed. But I just, these people, and I'm about to check the Powerball too, Kyle, because I want to prove to people. So once I get my $500 million, I'll still do the show, right? Because that was I don't need $3.5 billion. It's fine. It's like Austin Rivers. I don't need the bag. It's nice. All I need is a nice 500 mil.
I don't need you to have the bag work.
Yeah, I don't need that. I don't need 3.5 bill because that's where stuff gets in. That's where you get in trouble. Just give me a nice 500 milli, okay? I'm a buy a nice piece of land for my mom. You know, my mom's from Panama. Hey, mom, here you go. We got our spot in Panama. We're gonna buy the biggest house in where El Dorado Hills. Where is it? All these areas, Granite Bay. I got one in Granite Bay, one in Folsom, one in El Dorado Hills, one for every day. The whole family can stay out here, and I'm good. And I eat all the brisket mac and cheese at Sutter Health Park that I want.
Oh, you're not going to live very long doing that.
Boy, I can pay for new insides.
See, you know, we talked about this when Jason did the game of Would You Rather for us, and basically it's like, if I had enough money, you would never hear from me again. I would throw away my phone, throw away my email. I'd have a pager. That's the only way the 10 people I want to contact me could ever contact me. But if you're someone who has a lot of money and wants to spend it on these fun little toys like the Earthquakes or the A's, and I guess he's running it sort of like a business, but in the sense of like, how do we just cut costs as low as possible? If I were one of those people, I feel like it should come with the territory, right? These are essentially public trusts that you are running in terms of the fan base and the organizations, and that level of scrutiny should come with it. And John Fisher represents the worst of the worst when it comes to these owners in terms of breaking the public trust and ruining really ruining the Athletics, ruining a fan base and ruining an organization. Like, this should come with the territory if you want to own a professional sports team where you're essentially trafficking in people's emotions and they're paying you money because they really love this emotional thing.
The way, even with that being said, and I get it, it's not the same as, we talk about John Taffer and Bar Rescue. Buying a bar is just not normally an easy thing to figure out, or a restaurant as well. These are tough industries. Then when you also do stupid stuff, it makes the industry even tougher. So these rich people, man, I can't take it. I can't take it. John Fisher getting booed. He owns a team. You getting booed out in Sacramento. It's just I would be too old and too rich for stuff like that.
Owns a team that he can't attend.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, Nico Harrison, that was a little different, and that was short-lived, but Nico doesn't own the team.
That also is not true, because I saw 2 days ago, during the third inning of a Texas Rangers game, they chanted "Fire Nico."
But I'm saying he doesn't own the team. He just works.
Sure.
He just works for the team.
It's easier to get rid of Nico Harrison than it is to get rid of, let's say, John Fisher or the Dumont guy.
And people probably would never forget about Nico, but they got Cooper Flagg, so it doesn't matter. You can get lucky when you're the owner. I guess the only thing John Fisher can do at this point is they get to Vegas and somehow it's an absolute success. That's really it.
No, I disagree. I think John Fisher, like Nico Harrison, the Mavericks could go back to the finals in 2 years, and Nico Harrison's legacy is set. He is the guy who traded Luka Doncic. John Fisher's legacy, no matter what happens, is he's the guy who took the A's out of Oakland, and there's nothing he's going to be able to do to change that.
I mean, he would be that. Right.
Even if they're a huge success in Vegas and win a World Series.
That's where I disagree. I don't think it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about the details of it, because I just don't think enough people care about the details of it. And you look at the outside perspective, right? They lost the Warriors, they lost the Raiders, and they've lost the A's. And if it works in Vegas, now, do I think it'll work in Vegas? I wouldn't bet on it. I would not bet on it. But if it does work in Vegas, I think now in the Bay Area, that's different. But you can even drive up. You can just drive to Sacramento, and people are too lazy to see what actually happened. So if it actually works in Vegas, people were willing, and other people on other radio stations, I'll say it, I'm not scared, trying to ride for a team that doesn't even represent you. Still fighting with Oakland. It's embarrassing. Get over it. I mean, it's just you're fighting for a team that doesn't even represent you. They just play in a ballpark. So you've gone to one or two games this season, right? So you can get your pictures and say, oh, yeah, it's going off in Sacramento, when you don't care about baseball. You don't talk about baseball on your show. It's all about Sacramento. And in turn, you are trying to poo-poo another city when Oakland is not really even, the whole thing started, and I know it got out of bounds on both sides, but it's not even about Oakland versus Sacramento, because neither of y'all are going to have the A's in 3-4 years.
Maybe sooner. So with all of that being said, if the A's go to Vegas and they succeed, I think in a specific area, and those that actually care about baseball, because a lot of people in Sacramento don't, they're pretending. But for those, and I'm not just talking about Sacramento, I'm saying in general, those that actually care about baseball, know the story, or care about the Bay Area in particular, they will never forgive John Fisher. But to the outsider, which is, I don't know, 80% of the rest, maybe 80% of everyone else that's just going to see the headlines, if they succeed in Vegas, they don't even have to win a World Series. But if they dive into it, Nick Kurtz, the big Amish, is balling, Jacob Wilson, the whole crew, and they go on a bunch of playoff runs, and it's packed in there because it's finally cooler by the time you get to September, October, people are going to think John Fisher did the right thing. Now, whether you don't have to agree with that, I don't have to agree with that. I think a lot of people in the Bay Area wouldn't agree with that, but I do think that is his only way out. That's his only way out. But right now, he's getting booed in Sacramento. And once they do finally have a successful team, you know what he's going to, and $1 billion ballpark that he funded, you know what he's going to do? Sell that team.
Yes, he will.
For $2.7 billion.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
He will sell it the first chance he gets to make back his money on it.
Now, again, I don't know if we'll get there, right? They look like they have the decent bones to be good by the time they get to Vegas, but we've seen this before with the A's, with a lot of other teams.
Well, and it's still an if they get to Vegas, because they still have to find $1.2 billion somewhere.
They got those cement mixers with the A's logos on it, though. Did you see that?
Yes, I did see. And
There's no cement in there.
They have broken ground.
That's right.
And there's a live feed. Should we just, like, every now and again, just check the live feed and see what it looks like?
Absolutely.
Because right now it's like, okay, there's a couple of metal poles in the ground. Let's see if it goes further than that.
916-339-1140. Were you at the game booing John Fisher last night? Or were you at the game saying, man, he shouldn't be booed? 916-339-1140. Call line, text line, and the Sack Chat, of course. When we return, the first of my nerd travels from last night, Zach LaVine's ceiling, if he randomly gets scorching hot for a year, what that could do for the Sacramento Kings. We have random players that fell into MVP voting over the last 10 years. Allen Stiles, Sac Town Sports.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Discover Terra Madre Americas, one of the world's most exciting food events, coming to Northern California for the first time this September 26th through 28th. Dig into good, clean, and fair food for all with chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower. Hear music from The War on Drugs, Spoon, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Jade Bird, and Passion Pit Solo Acoustic. Savor the journey of Terra Madre Americas, only in Sacramento. Details on TerraMadreUSA.com. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery with the purchase of any smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In store, online, and on the app. In St. 23 while supplies last.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And we didn't even get a chance in that first segment to talk about Bob Melvin not being fired yet. Hey, look, they have an off day today, so it could happen.
Yeah, I don't think so, Alan. I mean, after we left, it was like 7-0 when we left the show. It got up to like 10-0 at one point.
Yeah, the Giants are 5.5 games back. They were swept by the Padres. They lost yesterday 11-1.
Guess who's in first place, baby?
Good for you.
Let's go. We got 3 against the Dodgers this weekend.
They're cooked. They're cooked. After the game, Bob Melvin said that it might be time to see some of the younger guys. So we might see the return of our former savior, Marco Luciano. We might see Bryce Eldridge, who obviously has been the talk of the town. But the Giants, I mean, they kind of already gave. It's funny because they sold at the deadline, right? But because they have some big money players, it didn't feel like they were waving the white flag. I think we all kind of thought, hey, if they sell, this might motivate them to play better and to say, hey, how dare you, right? And that just didn't happen. But they had already kind of waved the white flag in a mini version. They just weren't necessarily out of the playoff race. And it feels like Bob Melvin yesterday saying, yeah, it's pretty much cooked.
Meanwhile, the Boston Red Sox have one of the 5 best records in baseball since the Devers trade, and checking right now, they are the 5th seed in the American League playoffs.
There you go.
Looks like Devers trade.
It's 1 year. Don't worry, these guys get signed for 15 years, so we'll see the dividends of it in about 5.
Yeah, for the Giants, sure.
Yeah.
For the Red Sox, they're already winners.
Yeah, good for them.
Maybe the Giants. It's senior segue coming up. It's kind of like the Zach LaVine for De'Aaron Fox trade. That the Spurs are already winners. Mm-hmm. The Kings are just trying to recoup some value here.
I thought about that yesterday, and I was talking to somebody pretty close to the Giants situation, and I almost said to them, now clearly they are not, they're in the Bay Area. I almost said to them, the Giants, what they did or what Busser decided to do, it is kind of Kingsy, right? I mean, everybody is complaining about Farhan and he left the organization in shambles. So instead of just taking your medicine, Buster went out because they had a hot couple games, right? Well, not even. They signed Adames in the offseason, but instead of just saying, hey, we're going to build this thing up, Buster is in a much safer position to do that than Scott Perry. Buster could have said, we're not in. The Dodgers are ridiculous. They got Shohei for 30 years. The Padres are rolling. We're going to build up our farm system and just kind of see what happens organically. He throws money. Chapman, I don't mind, right? Chapman, I don't mind if it was just Chapman. But you go out, you decide to get Willy Adames. Okay, cool. And then you win a couple games, about 20 games into the season, whatever it was, and you go get a 10-year Devers contract. And, a lot of people saying, hey, when you can get that type of talent, you do it. It felt these players are better than what the Kings have, I think, but it is kind of Kingsy.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of, remember when the Bulls a few years ago, which again, the Bulls are just the Kings, the Bulls drafted like Wendell Carter and Kobe White and Patrick Williams, but none of them were really stars. Mm-hmm. So instead of saying, oh, well, we got to stay in the lottery, they were like, we're going to pay DeMar DeRozan $100 million. We're going to give Zach LaVine a max. We're going to give Lonzo Ball $80 million, and we're going to just go for the first round of the playoffs. It kind of reminds me of that, where it's like, the problem was you didn't draft an MLB hitter in 6 consecutive drafts.
That's right.
But instead of taking your lumps and going back down, Buster just decided, well, I'm just going to spend a bunch of money to make up for it.
They'll let me.
Yeah, for a bunch of guys that other teams were comfortable saying, that's okay. We'll let you go.
Yeah.
Like, again, Willy Adames, pretty good free agent signing. Brewers let him go, and the Brewers have the best record in baseball.
That's a great point.
Right?
That's a great point.
And you could go to Devers, too. Boston was pretty comfortable letting Devers go as long as the Giants are willing to pay their entire salary, and they're a top 5 team in baseball since then.
And that's the other part of it. That is why drafting and giving young players runway is so important, because you can have other – then they ended up getting Carlos Correa back, but Jeremy Pena ended up – okay, Carlos Correa, you'll go ahead. Jeremy Pena ends up working out. The Giants don't have anybody, so they're always kind of looking around, and then they sign these guys, which – prevents their young players from getting true runway, and everyone thinks Luis Matos stinks. I don't know if Luis Matos stinks because he never gets to play consistently.
Yeah, you mentioning the Astros is a great point, because the Astros went to 7 consecutive league championship series, and people were like, how did they pull this off? It's like, okay, they had Altuve already, so okay, they got a future first ballot Hall of Famer to begin with. That's a pretty good advantage. But then they had Springer, Correa, and Bregman, and at a certain point they said, hey, you 3, we don't need you anymore because we have 3 future Hall of Famers in our farm system in Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, and Jeremy Pena. So it's like their ability to just develop is the reason why they were always sustainable. The Giants, again, you can call it Farhan because most of these were Farhan draft picks, but like during the Farhan era, they did not draft well. And instead of taking their lumps, they just spent a bunch of money for a team that still doesn't have top end talent.
Kyle, we're going to switch things up here because I want to make sure we give enough time for Zach LaVine. If we have Kyle Shanahan, let's go to Kyle Shanahan and try to figure out here whether he's sandbagging or not. Here's his sound.
When we got here in 17, we knew we had a roster that we really had to completely change over. And, in the first year, we changed 10 out of 11 guys on offense. Joe Staley was the only one who remained. And on defense, we did 8 out of 11. So we had a big turnover, and we did it all with we did it all with draft picks. And to me, you don't hit on every draft pick, but we hit on a lot, and we got some difference makers in there, and that kind of became the core of our group from 19 all the way till now. And we brought in a couple of different people with Christian and Trent that we did through trades, but everyone else has kind of been homegrown and through the draft. And fortunately, we've been able to keep some of those guys, and that's to me the biggest difference between now and 17 is that some of these guys that have been here are still here, and we got a group of players, whether it's 5, whether it's 7, whatever it is, that are different makers, some borderline Hall of Fame players too. But when you look at the rest of the roster, that's what reminds me a little bit more of 17 and 18, that we need to add a bunch of youth. We need to get guys who are younger, so obviously we can afford to keep some of these players, also having to pay a quarterback and things like that. So whenever that happens, you do depend on young guys. But when you get young guys, it also makes it a little bit more built to last. And we're kind of in between in those areas, because when you got guys like Christian, guys like Trent, Bosa, Fred, there's a number of them. It's hard to kind of say that you're rebuilding, because you got guys there who can carry you. But in the NFL, it doesn't matter how good those stars are. You got to have the right type of team. And we know we got some young guys that haven't done it yet. But that's what's so big about this year. It's what's so big about camp is we're finding out a lot about these guys every day. And it'll be interesting who ends up being a part of our 53, which to me is more open now than it's been in about 6 years. But even on day one, that's not going to be it. Like week 1, I expect our team in week 12, week 13 to look a lot different than it did in week 1. And my whole goal is that we get better throughout the year and find a way to hopefully get into those playoffs. And once you get into those playoffs, then you got a chance at anything.
That was probably one of the most articulate examples of hedging your bet that I've ever heard in my life. Everything he said, he countered himself with something. It was incredible. I might have to go home and take notes on what Kyle Shanahan just said, because he gave his honest, don't get me wrong, an honest assessment, but he just basically said we can make the playoffs. We could also not make the playoffs. We got some star talent. We also got some young talent, and we have no clue how good it is. So I don't know what we're gonna be, but the way I look at it, he's saying we have the cream of the crop in some situations, and in other situations we don't know what type of crop it is. It could be bottom of the barrel. We feel good about it, but we don't know. So I can't sit here and say, he said, you're not talking about Super Bowls. He's not talking about any of that. He said, hopefully we get into the dance. The Niners talking about hopefully we get into the dance.
With the easiest schedule in the last 15 years of the NFL.
10.5? If he was trying to get everybody to take the under, I think he might have almost convinced me, but now I'm just going to counter it. Yeah. I don't trust you, Kyle. I know who you are, Kyle Shanahan. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, he's like, we're rebuilding, but we can't rebuild because we have Christian McCaffrey, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Trent Williams.
Yeah.
You could throw in Brock Purdy and Brandon Ayuk making the kind of money they are. That's like, we probably should be rebuilding, but we're not.
But if we stink, hey, I told you this young talent, we're still developing.
We've got nothing in the middle, right? We've got either the very best or completely unproven.
Right.
Even Diamador Lenore got a giant contract. So they're like, we got 8 dudes that are making a ton of money, best at their position, and everyone else, we'll see.
Well, and on the other side, thank you, Doug. And on the other side of that, you set the bar fair. I think where did he set the bar? I think he set the bar pretty low. Hey, whenever you end something with, whenever someone's talking about the dance, right? You just want to get into the dance. You're setting the bar pretty low. Should we buy it or not? Should Niners fans buy it or not? I don't think so, because you got way too many veterans. You put yourself in this situation. But whenever we're talking about the dance, that's how you know they are at least trying to make it seem as if they are not going to do much. And then if they do, wow, they had all this young talent. All right, man. They still got a bunch of all-pros on that team. Great job by Kyle Shanahan. That was incredibly done. On the other side, Zach LaVine's ceiling. Let's get nerdy. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
The 49ers play here. Saturday, preseason action continues. It's the 49ers taking on the Raiders. Pre-game at noon with kickoff at 1.
Your exclusive home for 49ers football.
It's Sacktown Sports 1140.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Shake your body dry on the coastline.
Zach Bryan, live in concert. This Friday night, Golden Gate Park.
Baptize me in a bottle of beer with
With Kings of Leon, Turnpike Troubadours, and Ovine Hoffman. Zach Bryan. Tickets are on sale now at GoldenGateParkConcerts.com. Brought to you by your friends at Another Planet Entertainment.
Kohl's back to school sale is here with deals on looks your kids will love all year. Because even though they're sad summer is ending, let's be real, some of us are ready. It's time to trade the all-day PJs and always damp swimsuits for styles that'll keep up and hold up, so your kids will be ready too. Shop Kohl's back-to-school sale and bring on the new year. Select styles, prices good through August 17th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery with purchase of any smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Time now for your Sacktown Sports 1140 49ers report. Brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, conveniently located beside the Vacaville outlets. The Niners lost their first preseason game to Denver 30-9 on Saturday night. Few of the starters played for Mike Shanahan's team. Mac Jones started at quarterback and drove the team down the field for a game-opening TV drive. However, that was all the offensive scoring for San Francisco. Next up for the Niners, they play in Vegas this Saturday afternoon. It's a 1 p.m. kickoff right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
High Voltage Live boxing action returns to the venue on September 6th as Uppercut Promotions presents 6 big fights featuring undefeated fighters. Thunder Showdown September 6th at the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets at Ticketmaster. Fight card subject to change.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
(916-339-1140). The round table or the triangle is at 12 o'clock. We're going to get into some Kings conversations right now. And Zach LaVine, his ceiling, right? He's the guy I want to focus on because he's getting paid the most. He's in his prime, and he had a pretty good season last season with everything that happened. He was traded. He was on the Bulls, who the last couple seasons with injury, was he going to stay? Was he going to go? People talking plenty of trash about him. Ends up having a kid that year as well. He has to move. A lot happened with Zach LaVine, and he still had a great season. Essentially sat at 50, 40, 90 and was at, 24 points a game? So he, to me, is a guy that could find himself in the lower end or on the lower end of the MVP conversation, okay? So I looked up, and Kyle, I know you're going to have some fun with this, but I looked up random players that not necessarily got hot for a year, but just had really good years that fell into MVP voting over the last 10 years. I'm going to start from the top because it gets funnier as we go further into the past. So James Harden was 10th in MVP voting in 2025. All right.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And I don't think a lot of people saw that coming.
All NBA.
Domantas Sabonis was 8th in 2024, which, hey, maybe they both can put themselves in this conversation.
Shout out to the numbers nerds who gave him some love.
Now, Domantas Sabonis was 8th, and you'll say, hey, Allen, well, Domantas Sabonis was 8th, and the Kings didn't make the playoffs. Let's think about it, though. All they had to do was beat a Pelicans team with no Zion. They put themselves in a really good situation to make the playoffs, and they had no Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk. So to me, that's a pretty good example of if you have somebody end up in a top 10, even 10th, right? You're going to be in a good spot to be in the playoffs. You still got to take care of business, but they had some bad luck that season. And it led to Mike Brown eventually being fired, but no Kevin Huerter, no Malik Monk. They were right there. Now they still should have beat a Pelicans team with no Zion. But that's when Domantas Sabonis was 8th in MVP voting. In 2023, obviously, De'Aaron Fox was actually 11th. And they made it into the playoffs. That they were a 3 seed, and we know how that went. But De'Aaron Fox, 11th, they were a 3 seed.
Clutch player of the year.
That's right. In 2022, DeMar DeRozan was 10th in MVP voting. Is that the year they started out hot? Yes, so that's the year.
They made the playoffs. I think they were the 6th seed, and they lost in, I want to say, 5 to the Bucks.
There you go. This is the fun one. 2021 was incredible. It was an incredible year, okay?
This was coming out of the pandemic.
In 2021, Julius Randle was 8th in MVP voting. Derrick Rose was 9th in MVP voting.
There's just no way.
Rudy Gobert was 10th in MVP voting. Russell Westbrook was 11th in MVP voting. And Ben Simmons was 12th in MVP voting in 2021. Okay?
In 2021, Derrick Rose averaged 15 points per game.
Don't ask me how.
Played for the Pistons and the Knicks.
Don't ask me how.
No, someone just was joking there. There's just no way.
So that all happened in 2021. All right. And it says right here, now you got me, Basketball Reference, 9th MVP voting.
It's just, he finished 3rd for 6th man of the year that year.
So that was another year, 2021.
Wow, he got a first place vote.
Someone
said, I think Derrick Rose is number 1 in MVP.
In 2020, Chris Paul finished 7th in MVP voting. In 2019, LaMarcus Aldridge, there's a name drop, finished 9th in MVP voting.
That was the year after Kawhi left, too.
And Victor Oladipo finished 13th in MVP voting, who's trying to make a comeback, by the way. In 2017, John Wall finished 7th in MVP voting. And in 2016, the original big dumper, Kyle Lowry, finishes 10th in MVP voting.
I mean, I guess in fairness to the big dumper, they did make the conference finals that year. So someone had to get it from the Raptors.
Somebody had to get it, right? So with all that being said, I think it's I am very encouraged that Zach LaVine could pull this off. Zach LaVine could be one of these guys. All right. And I was just looking here. That was actually, 2017, 2018. That's when it was LaMarcus Aldridge. Okay. So I'll double check. I know 2019 and 2020 it got all screwy, but that was actually 2018 with LaMarcus Aldridge. But I probably didn't have it because it wasn't very much fun. But I think that Zach LaVine could be one of these guys. He could be one of these guys.
You're not saying he will be. You're saying,
he could be.
If Chris Paul on the Thunder got 7th in MVP voting.
Russell Westbrook, that year that I said Russell Westbrook, what year was that?
2021.
You know what team he was on?
Was that the Wizards year? Yeah, okay. But he did average a triple-double that year.
He was on the Wizards.
They missed the playoffs, too.
Okay.
But he did average a triple-double.
He was on the Wizards. That's literally all you need to know. All right.
Then he got traded for Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, 2019. I didn't write it down because it was no fun. There were no surprises in 2019. Besides, I mean, Rudy Gobert is always going to be funny because he's just every couple years they're just going to throw him on the bottom of the MVP list.
Yeah, Rudy Gobert is going to be a Hall of Famer without question, and just nobody's going to respect it.
So I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, he could at least do that this upcoming year. He could be 9th in MVP voting. And if Zach LaVine is 9th in MVP voting and Domantas Sabonis is Domantas Sabonis, some things got to go right, but they could be 7th. They could be 7th or 8th.
So what would it take in your mind for him to get to that point? Because last year he put up 24 points per game, had his most efficient season of his career with a 60% efficient field goal percentage, which essentially just weights three-pointers more importantly. So he had the most efficient season of his career at 24 points per game. Would he have to get to 27 while still being just as efficient or even more efficient? Like what Zach LaVine's best season of his career was 27.4 points per game. Efficiency was down quite a bit, but maybe he has to put up that number at the same efficiency as last year.
Yeah, he probably has to get to 27 points per game simply because, respectfully, he doesn't do anything else. Right? That's why he has to get to 27.
He's also got to be less of a traffic cone on defense.
Yeah, that's why he's got to get to 27 because he's not going to have a ton of assists or rebounds. So he's got to get to 27 because, okay, you're just a bucket.
Which is
so if you're going to be on this list, like Rudy Gobert, okay, you can't score, but you're so good defensively, we got to put you on it. He has to be so good offensively that we got to respect you, which means, yeah, you got to be at about 27 a game because you're just there to score.
Yeah, it's kind of the Chris Paul argument of like, well, Chris Paul does a lot of different things even though he can't play defense. You got to be doing something special if you're going to be an MVP candidate.
Like it's harder even in baseball, right? For certain positions. And I know it's pretty much all about hitting, but if you're not giving MVPs to DHs, right? And if you win MVP as a first baseman, you probably rate because, okay, you're not, no disrespect to first baseman, but you're not at a premium position, right? DH, first base, guys like that. And I know, Aaron Judge has a couple gold gloves, but if you are not doing anything defensively, we're gonna need you to be about 30 points per game, which I think Zach LaVine could do. We don't know. Is he on the list? Is he going down there to work out? He better be. Go on down there.
I mean, he already lives there.
Yeah. Everybody's home. Sabonis is going home. Sabonis is going to DeMar DeRozan's home. He's going to everybody's home. So hopefully they can get things on track. But look, if you're telling me that some of these names that we mentioned were able to be top 10 or 11 in MVP voting, I think that a good season from Zach LaVine, and you got to win. Part of this is also winning games, but I think that he could pull this off. Chris Paul could get 7th in 2020 with OKC, and I know they surprised some people. I think that Zach LaVine could find himself 8th or 9th or 10th in MVP voting, and that would help the Kings get to 7th or 8th seed, and we see what happens after that. 11 o'clock hour coming up. I got to be honest, I'm kind of worried about the type of offense the Kings are going to run. You know why? Because I don't know what type of offense they're going to run. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for the Make This the Summer sales event?
Now is the time to enjoy all California has to offer, and what better way than a brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler? And right now you can save up to $10,000 off MSRP. Don't miss your chance to save on one of America's best-selling SUVs.
And what is this I hear about 50 vehicles under $20,000?
Yes, at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter, we have nearly 200 vehicles in stock, including Hemis, diesels, heavy duties, 4x4s, and 50 under $20,000. So whatever you're looking for, you can find it at Hoblet. We're a fifth-generation family dealer, and when you buy from Hoblet, you're treated like family because you become family. Don't miss our award-winning customer service and some of the best prices you will find on the truck of your dreams.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. 10,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon X after 5,000 factory rebates and 5,000 dealer discounts. 3 this net savings. Sample VIN 622-117. See dealer for details.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Max Muncy, out with that right hand fracture, has started to perform baseball activities, but still nothing as of early August. His expected return is late August. Jacob Wilson, out with that left forearm fracture, has begun playing catch and running. The hope is for him to return sometime in September. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay $0 up front. Call downtown. Text Injury Help to 40222. That's Injury Help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Go on a culinary adventure at one of Europe's biggest food events coming to the Americas, Terra Madre. Discover more flavors to savor, more ideas to chew on, more voices shaping the future of food. Join chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower for tastings, pop-ups, food demos, and panels, all celebrating good, clean, and fair food for all. Terra Madre Americas, September 26th through 28th in Sacramento. Savor the journey. Visit TerraMadreUSA.com for more details. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacramento's official home of the 49ers.
San Francisco.
Sacktown Sports 1140. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. 916-339-1140. If you want to be a part of the conversation. And I'm just reading some of the texts here, some of the chat. CT says, I'm not saying Ohtani didn't deserve MVP. I'm saying the claim they don't give the MVPs to DH is just wrong. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, sorry. Let me just.
Does anybody? I mean, I know he was a DH, but does anybody actually look at him? Oh, he was hurt, right? First of all, he balled out, obviously, and everyone kind of says, yeah, he's a DH, but we know he actually plays a position. Are we saying that wasn't in anybody's mind?
I guess we should also just clarify then as I pull it up right now. So yes, in order for a DH to win MVP, you hit 54 home runs, drive in 130 RBIs, lead all of Major League Baseball in, just real quick, on-base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS, OPS plus, ROBA, RABAT plus, number one in WAR, number one in runs scored, along with the aforementioned home runs and RBIs. So yes, if you do all of that, then you deserve to be the MVP.
And on top of that, like I said, he was a DH last season, but I don't know that he gets looked at like a DH. Just in the writer's mind, they knew he was injured. It's not the same as a dude. He gets a different level of respect than a guy who literally has no position.
Yeah.
He was injured.
He played not a single. This is how impressive Shohei Ohtani is. He played not a second of defense in the field and still led baseball in WAR last year.
And even so, okay, CT, so there was one. Cool.
Yeah.
Great.
There's one in the history of the sport, and it is the best player that's ever played.
I'll change my stance. Typically, meaning every single year except for last year, DHs don't win MVP.
If your name is not Shohei Ohtani, then yes, you are correct.
There you go. All right. As I was saying, I got to be honest, I am kind of worried about the type of offense the Kings are going to run because I'm not sure what type of offense the Kings are going to run. 916-339-1140 call line and text line. This got started with our conversation, or I should say refreshed with our conversation with Jake Gaden yesterday. Go check that out on YouTube if you haven't seen it already. Jake and I spoke about the Kings, obviously, the A's, and the Causeway Classic. Okay, and the Causeway Classic not happening next season, whether the Aggies and the Stingers up, Sac State Hornets will be able to figure it out moving forward. That remains to be seen. But Jake brought up, Allen, I'm kind of worried about the type of offense, or not, I don't know if he said worried, but I'm interested in the type of offense that the Kings are going to run because obviously you got Mike Woodson, you got Bobby Jackson. Who is going to be in control and what is it going to look like? All we kind of saw last season was for lack of a better term, a dumbed down version of what Mike Brown would do. And the only reason I say dumbed down is because that's essentially what the Kings players kept telling us. Do y'all remember that, by the way? Oh, it's just so much simpler. And I know I was joking saying, what did they have a TI 89 calculator? I mean, what was Mike Brown asking them to do? Oh, it's just so much simpler. We don't got to, I remember Malik Monk specifically. We ain't got to think too much no more. Right? So I don't know what the hell was going on, but apparently Mike Brown had them doing calculus during practices on the whiteboards, and that's what was happening
during practices that were 2 hours too long.
Yeah, and they were practicing for way too long. And now we kind of know it's a bit funny that the whole time we thought Malik and Mike Brown had this kind of cute back and forth about the practices being too long. Malik was joking, but it was almost like the Chris Paul meme. He wasn't really joking. He was not really joking, because as soon as Mike Brown was out the paint, everyone's like, oh, we're practicing less and our offense is much simpler. Yeah, we hated all that. No, we weren't playing around.
Yeah, I remember for so many years, people were like, Mike Brown and Malik have such a unique relationship where, like, 1 minute they're yelling at each other and 1 minute they're dapping. It's like, oh, well, maybe we were reading too much into that unique relationship.
Right. And the whole idea of, it's just funny to me that the media was there, because obviously all of that stuff always happens between 10 and 2. So I wouldn't get to go to, I don't normally get to go to any practices. So you watch it and I don't need to name names, but you see them just, this is so funny. Mike Brown and Malik Monk just playfully joking about how long practice is. Yeah, we found out it wasn't actually a joke.
Yeah, no, they were actually really mad. And also there were multiple people on the team that did not like it.
It was actually a point of contention in Mike Brown getting fired.
Yeah, it was actually a point of contention that ultimately led to them firing the unanimous coach of the year that they just signed to an extension 6 months earlier.
But at the time it was he, this is so cute.
Aww.
They have such a good relationship.
Look at Malik and Mike Brown just yelling at each other. They have such a unique relationship.
I'm going to lose my top. Isn't that what he said? Well, you lost your job too. So, and you got a new one. So it's all fine and good. It's all well.
It worked out well for everyone except the Sacramento Kings, but it's worked out well for Mike Brown.
Yeah, Malik Monk, this is the last thing I'll say on it, but Malik Monk got less practices and also got put on the trade block. So, you got to be careful what you wish for.
Yeah,
I guess.
it was it was cute and funny when it was like, oh, Malik and Mike are bickering coming out of a practice.
Yeah.
It became less funny when they fired the entire staff and traded their best player. That's when it stopped being funny.
No, and then Wes Wilcox. Well, let's not forget the coach. He went to FSU. First coach,
Luke Laux.
Luke Laux ran to FSU.
Yeah.
You had coaches and front office members leaving the NBA,
jumping ship
to go to FSU and Utah
in the middle of the season.
That's what happened. 916-339-1140. Okay, so this is from Tim Schmitz. All right, analysis of voting, NBA games, and more. He has this article that he does every year called the Quantum Schmitz, where he breaks down all the different types of offenses, okay? He says 7 kinds of NBA offenses like I said, he hasn't put out the 2024-2025 one, but I think this one is fine because not that much change besides Luka getting traded. I'm saying for the season. Obviously, now things are different, but as far as what Doug Christie was running. He starts it off. I've had some fun categorizing last season's offenses with machine learning and even looking back further at the past several years to see how offenses have changed and what teams have stood out the most. I figured All-Star break would be a good time to look at this season's offenses so far and get a picture of the NBA's offensive landscape. I'm once again using my good algorithm from K-means to category means, though I've added more data to categorize teams. I'm sticking with 7 categories simply because that's a number I used last time, and it seemed to be about the right number for getting interesting and distinct categories. All right, so again, this is 2023, 2024. Doug Christie did, if anything, Doug Christie took stuff away, but I think the bones of what Mike Brown was doing was still there. So I'm going to go through all the different types of offenses. And Kyle looks like a kid in a candy store right now because I'm just going so nerdy to kick off the 11 o'clock hour. Okay, here are the offensive categories and the teams that fall within these categories. Now, obviously, without Luka, this team that I'm going to say, it's changed a little bit. But again, 2023, 2024. Heliocentric teams. This is number 1. He's got Dallas, Milwaukee, and Phoenix. These teams
heavily rely on their stars running the show while role players exist to take advantage of the opportunities those stars open up for them. And for the most part, they do this well. Now, I think this is interesting because, and I got to see where he puts OKC, because I kind of feel like OKC should kind of be there, right?
Some of it. I wouldn't. Like the Luka offense is like Luka has like the highest usage rates in NBA history, and like Giannis has some of the highest usage rates in NBA history. I think Shea is like top of the league, but it's not quite as crazy as these teams.
Number 2. Now, again, the Cavs had a great season in 2024, 2025, but same team essentially. The nondescript big guys, okay? The Cavaliers, the Nets, the Nuggets, the Rockets, and the Pelicans. This group stands out in the fewest statistical categories of any group, but we do get some signs of teams that are more size focused. Seeing the defending champions in this group seems odd, though they've been fairly injured and seemingly running in third gear so far. So, of course, right there, he's talking about the Nuggets. And just some of the notes: relatively inefficient in transition, most likely to post up, get a lot of putback opportunities. So that's number 2.
Oh, that sure sounds like Jokic.
It really does. Number 3, this is one of my favorite names, the LA Fitness Villains. That's what he's calling number 3.
Wow.
He's got the Grizzlies, the Magic, the Blazers, the Raptors, and the Wizards. These are the guys who you don't want to end up with in a pickup game. They can't function outside of the transition points their athleticism gets them, and they are not going to get you easy looks. They have the worst assist to turnover ratios, worst at scoring on ISOs, most likely to turn the ball over, just terrible on pick and rolls where the ball handler keeps the ball. They rarely pick a post up, inefficient scoring off handoffs, get the highest proportion of their points off fast breaks, turnovers, and the paint. Smaller proportion of their threes are unassisted.
Sounds to me like the teams with point guards who are ball hogs.
That's right. So Anthony Simons, Jordan Poole, Ja Morant. Yeah, the Magic, I guess Paolo.
Yeah, that's Paolo.
And who the heck knows with the Raptors?
Yeah, I'm trying to think 2024. That would have been
quickly play. Isn't that when they made the trade?
That was when they made the trade.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Is that RJ Barrett?
Yeah, probably. And he's on his way. Number 4, the efficiency merchants. The Celtics, the Pacers, the Clippers, and the Thunder. All right. And the 76ers. These teams do a wide variety of things well. Even the kinds of plays they don't necessarily do often, allowing them to convert most of their possessions into points. How did the Lakers end up in this esteemed group? Oh, yeah, I don't know if I said Lakers. Lakers were there too. Apparently, even K means has a coastal bias. The best category by offensive rating, highest assist to turnover ratio, and lowest turnover percentage. Efficient in isolations, most likely to get transition opportunities. Have the most P&R possessions where they pass to the roll man of any category. Most efficient category on post-ups. Fewest spot-up possessions, but the most efficient at them. Fewest handoffs on screen possessions or off-screen possessions. Inefficient at scoring on putbacks. Highest proportion of their threes are unassisted. Yeah, that really sounds like the Thunder.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like the Thunder.
And the Celtics.
Yeah. And the Pacers. Clippers, honestly, it's I think on the Rockets, James Harden was in the heliocentricity group. But on the Clippers, it's a great point I hadn't considered. James Harden does run a lot of pick and rolls, does give up the ball a lot on those pick and rolls. Super efficient in ISO. We know James Harden, even though he doesn't get to the rim as much, he kind of has that floater now that he hits. Like, I think this is a compliment to Shea, Tyrese. You mentioned the Celtics. That's mostly Tatum and Brown and a little bit of Derek White. James Harden, LeBron James, guys like that.
Next, we have the Elephant Archers, number 5.
What is that?
I was double checking. I'm pretty sure we're good. Warriors, Heat, and the Knicks. These teams rely on an unconventional combination of a lumbering brute force and reliance on three-pointers to make their offense happen. Despite getting lots of offensive rebounds and being slow-paced, their offenses rely on cuts and screens to open up shooters rather than interior play. Now, remember, this is the Warriors before Jimmy Butler, obviously. He says the highest offensive rebounding percentage of any category. Goodbye, Kevon Looney. The slowest pace, rarely get transition opportunities. Again, the Warriors were just not really good that season. And the Heat and the Knicks, yeah, they like to kind of muck it up a bit. The highest proportion of their points come from three-pointers, lowest from twos. Rarely run pick and rolls where they pass to the roll man and tend to perform badly on the few times that they do because Steph just keeps the ball after the screens. Score inefficiently on post-ups, highest points per possession on handoffs, run the most cuts but have the lowest field goal percentage and efficient field goal percentage on them. Most off-screen plays are excellent at scoring on them, do really well on miscellaneous plays, which is literally Steph Curry.
So what this sounds like to me is this is the offense of primary ball handler who shoots, a big man, and just shooters.
Yes.
Like that's pretty much the entire, you just got a point guard, a center, and a bunch of shooters, which this is still when Julius Randle was on the Knicks too.
That's
so
true.
Like this was really true for the Knicks.
Number 6. Now here's the fun stuff. Now again, this is 2023, 2024. Number 6, the ball movers. The Hawks, the Timberwolves, the Kings, and the Jazz. Now that's an interesting group of teams.
Yeah, that is
a really, really interesting group of teams.
Ultimate rotation of NBA teams.
These teams pass to score or fail trying. Their reliance on passing results in lots of assists and other signs of defenses being out of position, putbacks, and drawn fouls on cuts, but also a high number of turnovers when things don't quite work out. Here are the notes. Highest percentage of buckets come from assists of any category. On the other hand, the highest turnover rate. Their 2-point field goals are most likely to be assisted, least likely to run P&R where the ball handler keeps the ball, with a notable exception to Atlanta, obviously with Trae Young. Most efficient at scoring on P&R where the roll man gets the ball. That's Domantas Sabonis. Lots of putbacks and good at converting them. Domantas Sabonis. Lots of handoff possessions.
DHOs.
Lots of handoff possessions. Likely is to draw fouls on cuts and off of screens. That's the Sacramento Kings.
Well, that's the Sacramento Kings pre-DeMar DeRozan.
Yes, that's a great point.
Pre-DeMar DeRozan, this was how the Sacramento Kings offense looked.
That's a great point. So with that being said, we're waiting for the newest, the Quantum Schmitz, and I might give him a call, trying to get the newest Tim Schmitz article.
Gotta call it Quantum Schmitz.
Yeah, 2024, 2025. It's not out yet.
Speaking of DeMar DeRozan, hey, where do the Bulls end up on this?
Oh,
group?
yeah, I didn't see the Bulls yet. And the last category, number 7. Yeah, so we have to combine the Bulls and the Kings to figure out what they were in 2024.
Because this was Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan on the Bulls.
Number 7. This is so disrespectful, Timmy. The Clankers, the Hornets, the Bulls, the Pistons before they were good, and the Spurs when they were also bad. If the LA Fitness villains are bad because they have players trying to do more than they are really capable of doing, the Clankers are bad because they simply cannot shoot. The stats don't scream bad process quite as clearly as they did with our third category, though the results are even worse. Category with the worst offensive rating, worst true shooting, most reliant on 2-pointers over 3-pointers. Stop me if this sounds familiar. Least likely to ISO, but they're also bad at them. Most likely to run P&R where the ball handler keeps the ball. Most likely to spot up, but the worst at making spot up shots.
Jesus.
Worst points per putback opportunity. Earn lots of fouls on handoff plays, and they perform the worst on miscellaneous plays. So we're going to put that combination. We're going to put 6 and 7 into ChatGPT during the break and give us what the Sacramento Kings were in 2025.
I don't think clankers and ball movers really go together.
Well,
it's kind of the opposite.
That's a great point, Kyle, which is kind of why people were wondering
why the Kings went in this position to begin
and
with.
why Jake Gaden is asking, what the heck is this offense going to look like next year with all these clankers and ball movers?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, you know what's so funny about the ball movers is they mention highest percentage of buckets from assists of any category, but on the other hand, highest turnover rate. Huh. Yep. Who does that sound exactly like from the Sacramento Kings last year? Ever playing the point guard. It's either great assist ratio or a ton of turnovers.
So thank you to Tim Schmitz. I'm going to see if I can find him on social media and say, hey, where's 2024? We need to. Maybe he just said, I got nothing, brother.
It's like that. How am I supposed to rank?
Did the Kings make him quit? How am I supposed to categorize this team?
How am I supposed to categorize? They were 4 different teams last year.
He leaves them out of 2024, 2025.
Yeah, I feel like the Lakers, the Mavericks, the Kings, and the Bulls, it's just got to be like, hey, part A of the season, part B of the season.
So my favorite, the LA Fitness Villains, that's the best name besides Clankers, of course. But in all seriousness, number 4, and they're not ranked in order per se. He's just giving them a breakdown into category. So I think where everybody is headed is number 4. The efficiency merchants. That's where you will find the Celtics. That's where you will find the Pacers, the Clippers, the Lakers pre-Luka, the Thunder, and the 76ers when they were actually good.
I also think that I've mentioned the heliocentricity of offenses before and got made fun of for saying heliocentricity, but I think if you can do it, the heliocentric offense is the way to go.
But you need a dude.
Again, you have to have Luka, Giannis, Kevin Durant.
I'm really surprised that that's not where the Timberwolves were.
I mean, the Timberwolves, we watched them in the playoffs last year. I mean, the Timberwolves do spread the ball around a bit. And also, I know this is pre-Julius Randle. Yeah. Like, the Julius Randle, Anthony Edwards Timberwolves offense did look different than the Karl Anthony Towns one. But I think only if you have one of those guys does it make sense, right? If you have your generation star, because like Luka is such a wizard with the basketball that of course you just want the ball in his hands. It's the same thing that LeBron used to be. The heliocentric offense was LeBron on the Cavs.
Fine. Why can't we be heliocentric with Zach LaVine?
Good luck with that. You want Keegan just sitting in the corner?
Technically, the Kings were heliocentric with DeMar DeRozan. Technically.
I mean, no, they were clankers. There's a difference. Is the heliocentric offense just clankers, but
let's look at it like this. And now, again, this is 2023, 2024. But out of these categories, how many teams made the playoffs in each category, right? Did the Suns, did they make the playoffs in 2024? Yeah, they lost in the first round, right?
Yep.
So heliocentric, Dallas made the playoffs.
Dallas
Milwaukee
went to the
made
finals.
Yes. Dallas made the playoffs. Milwaukee made the playoffs. Phoenix made the playoffs. Nondescript big guys. Cavs made the playoffs. Nuggets made the playoffs. Rockets.
No.
Pelicans, they almost did. That was Warriors come out to play, and then they lost 8,000 games. Pelicans, yes. So that's 6 already. Nondescript or LA Fitness Villains. Grizzlies missed. And Grizzlies, they didn't even have Ja that season. But
that's funny. So it was Tyus Jones. Yeah. Tyus Jones was
Desmond Bain. That's where he got his money. The Magic, they missed the playoffs in 2022.
No, they were there. They lost to the Cavs in the first round.
Yeah, they just always do that. Yeah. They were like, that was the NBA TV.
Yeah, the best 7-game series no one watched.
Blazers missed the playoffs. Raptors missed the playoffs. Wizards missed the playoffs. Number 4, obviously, I think all those teams made all those teams made the playoffs.
Yeah. The Sixers did, because that was when Embiid came back in the middle of the season.
Warriors, Knicks made the playoffs. Ball movers. Did the Hawks creep in that season or they missed?
No, because they got Orisa Shea, so no, they didn't.
So only the T-Wolves made
only
the playoffs.
Only the Timberwolves.
And the Clankers, nobody from the Clankers.
No clankers got into the playoffs. Actually, the clankers were all just the worst teams in the league. And the Bulls, who weren't actually that bad, but they were just like, your offense is so awful to watch with DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. Why would anyone want to watch a DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine offense?
All right, let me run this in ChatGPT during a quick breather. And when we return, Law Murray proves why the Kings should tank. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing. Need a water heater or plumbing repair? Call Bell Brothers. Clogged drain? We'll clear it for $67. Plus a free camera inspection. A $250 value. We're fast, on time, and the price we quote is the price you pay. No surprises. Plus, we'll check your plumbing for free. Call Bell Brothers or book at thenosurpriseguys.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with Golf to Go. I love spending a day on the golf course with invited friends, but not with uninvited mosquitoes, which can carry serious diseases like West Nile virus. Don't let mosquito bites ruin your round or your health. Stay safe while playing golf, hiking, or enjoying the outdoors with family. Defend yourself with insect repellent. For tips about your golf game, listen for Golf to Go. But for more tips on protecting yourself and your home from mosquitoes, visit fightthebite.net. Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Ha 30 minutes away from a little bit more than 30 minutes away from the schedule release. I know I said I don't care about the schedule release.
But now it's here.
But now that it's here, we're going to rock and roll. And I'm going to get that 13-7. We're going to have a lot of fun. 12 o'clock is going to be a ton of fun. Chris Watkins in the building. Brendan Nunez in the building. we are going to enjoy ourselves, and we want you to be a part of it too. 916-339-1140, call line, text line. We'll take calls even with Chris and Brendan in the building. We're also on the, I was going to say the YouTube, but then I would have got another gray hair. We're also on YouTube. You can check out Sacktown Sports.
I'm very unk.
Yeah, I am very unk. But this is un-unk. Okay, so I ran a combination of things, and I'm taking all of you through it. All right?
More like nunk, am I right?
Oh my, well, it's almost Friday. Okay. 916-339-1140. So this is how it all started, Kyle. And this is how I normally use ChatGPT. Okay. I know the kids use it and that's how they graduate college now. But this is how I looked at it, Kyle. First, I said, based on the what Tim Schmidt's cooked up, what would the Kings look like in 2025? I'm going to skip over that because of the trade, because nobody cares because De'Aaron Fox is gone now. But quickly, ChatGPT said the mid-range maestros. Sacramento's offense has shifted with the arrival of DeRozan, adding a mid-range heavy focal point alongside De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. While the ball still zips around the half court, there's more reliance on DeRozan's isolation and pick and roll creation. And ChatGPT says, if we were sticking with the 7 kinds system from last year, they're still ball movers. That's what ChatGPT said. Okay, cool. Then I said, what about the Kings if they move? Because ChatGPT, we talked about this earlier this week, they are a little delayed. So you got to literally tell them what happened. What about after the Kings moved on from De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine? So ChatGPT says, scoring wings and spot up Kings. Without Fox's downhill pressure and rim pressure in transition, the Kings offense becomes less about consistent point of attack breakdowns and more about perimeter shot creation from LaVine, Keegan Murray, and Malik Monk, supported by Sabonis's passing. Lower paint scoring volume compared to the Fox era, with fewer rim attempts generated by dribble penetration, higher three-point attempt rate, spot-up frequency increases, less effective in transition, more isolation heavy, pick and roll ball handler possessions drop in volume, assist rate likely dips, off-ball movement still present, reliance on hot shooting stretches. This is why we're all going to be out of jobs, because this is exactly what we watched. This is what we watched. Now, this is where it gets good, okay? If I map them, this is ChatGPT talking, if I map them onto the original 7 kinds of offenses, they'd probably fall closer to efficiency merchants or heliocentric teams light. They say efficiency merchants if LaVine and shooters stay hot, or heliocentric teams light if LaVine's usage skyrockets. Every team in the efficiency merchants made the playoffs in 2023-2024.
So you're saying that if Zach LaVine becomes an efficiency merchant,
top 10 in MVP score and top 10 in MVP voting, like we talked about in the 10 o'clock hour,
and high assist to turnover ratio, guess who has one of the best in the league at that?
That's right.
Dennis Schroeder.
Now, my last bit, as we have gotten incredibly nerdy here. But this is what happens. Y'all don't want me to talk about Kuminga. So let's bust out the books and get a little nerdy. Yes. Now, Kyle, I say, please include the addition of point guard Dennis Schroeder. And this is where we will end it. If the Kings moved on from De'Aaron Fox, added Zach LaVine, and brought in Dennis Schroeder, their offensive profile would shift again in a way that smooths over some of the weaknesses of the LaVine-only version. Here's how that would look in the 7 kinds of NBA offenses lens. They would be dual creator spaces, okay? With Schroeder as a new point guard, Sacramento regains some downhill penetration and pick and roll orchestration that was lost when Fox left. While Schroeder isn't as explosive or as big of a scoring threat as Fox, his quick first step and ability to pressure defenses in P&R helps balance LaVine's perimeter scoring focus. Traits: pick and roll frequency rises again. More rim pressure than the LaVine-only version. Levine's isolation game and pull-up shooting remains central, but Schroeder takes on a lot of table setting, allowing Levine to work more off-ball. Three-point attempts remain high, with Murray, Monk, and Levine all getting spot-up and relocation looks. The assist rate improves compared to the Levine-only scenario. Transition scoring improves slightly as Schroeder pushes the pace and Levine runs lanes. Off-ball actions remain effective with Sabonis still as the primary hub in certain sets. Mid-range usage rises. Levine's pull-ups and Schroeder's floaters become a regular part of the shot diet. Still reliant on perimeter shot making, but more ways to generate paint touches than with Levine alone. Offensive identity, a balanced two-creator offense. We are cooking. A balanced two-creator offense where Schroeder handles most of the traditional point guard duties and Levine serves as their primary scorer. They retain spacing and movement principles, but with less pure passing synergy than the Fox-era Kings. Stylistically, they would sit between ball movers and efficiency merchants, leaning toward the latter in big games. If mapped onto the 7 kinds model, they'd probably land in an efficiency merchants ball mover hybrid cluster, depending on whether Levine is on one of his hot stretches or not. Let's go, man. 13-7, Kyle.
In the first 20 games.
13-7. This is how they're going to sneak up on people, man.
Although the ball movers offense, only the Timberwolves made the playoffs. They did go to the conference finals. So,
like we said,
we're either missing the playoffs or
efficiency merchants.
Efficiency merchant is where we're going for the Kings.
That's right. It's time, Kyle.
With Dennis Schroeder and Zach LaVine. Funny they didn't mention DeMar DeRozan much at all in that entire profile.
No. Maybe they know something.
ChatGPT might be onto something here, that the offense might be better.
What if they accidentally said Kyle Kuzma?
It sounds like ChatGPT's offense, when they talked about the spray shooters, it sounds like they think the best version of the Kings offense is Schroeder, Monk, LaVine, or they just didn't know DeRozan was there. Schroeder, Monk, LaVine, Keegan, and Sabonis. So I don't know what ChatGPT knows, but I guess it looks like if Monk is going to be a spray shooter from the wing and Keegan's going to be a spray shooter, then they have a chance to be a pretty efficiency merchant offense.
I said, don't forget DeRozan is on this team. That's what I said. And now the offensive identity. Here we go. A deliberate, star-driven attack blending mid-range mastery with selective three-point shooting, more predictable than the 2023-2024 Kings, but harder to defend in late-game scenarios because they have 3 players capable of self-creation. Fits somewhere between heliocentric team. Wow. Oh, my gosh. No, you got to wait for the end.
Okay.
Fits somewhere between heliocentric teams and efficiency merchants, but with an unusually high mid-range reliance.
Damn, ChatGPT makes me want to trade DeMar DeRozan.
Like tomorrow.
Yeah, that's so rude. You gave this eloquent 2-minute spiel about how they're going to have spray shooters and back to pick and roll with Dennis Schroeder and Zach LaVine, and they're somewhere between a ball movement team and efficiency merchants. And then we brought DeMar DeRozan back in, and it's like, yep, we're back to where we started.
There we are. So there you have it. And just to close it out, just because we're already having some fun here, I'm going to ask, and I'm probably going to hit my limit soon. Would they be better with Kyle Kuzma than DeMar DeRozan?
Oh, God.
Yes. Swapping DeRozan for Kyle Kuzma would shift the Kings' offensive profile significantly, mostly towards more spacing and perimeter-oriented attack and slightly away from the mid-range heavy star isolation identity. Hey, I didn't say it.
Can you try it with Terry Rozier now?
No. Now it's going to break.
I'm scared of what ChatGPT is going to say.
Offensive identity, a more modern spacing heavy attack that leans towards the efficiency merchants category, still star-driven with LaVine, but less mid-range. Dang, they hate these mid-range. I mean, it is a numbers thing with ChatGPT, but less mid-range dependent and more reliant on assisted baskets and floor spacing than the DeRozan version. Don't get mad at me, y'all.
No, chat. No, again, this is Chat GPT giving you Sacramento Kings offensive basketball analysis. A hilarious sentence that I just said on the radio.
Welcome to August, 916-339-1140. On the other side, we will hear from Law Murray and why the Kings should tank. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
He waited a lifetime for this moment. Now it's time to celebrate. The official collection. The Oklahoma City Thunder, NBA champions. Available now at NBA Store. A Fanatics experience.
Hey, this is Greg Pop-Up. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Shaking body dry on the coastline.
Zach Bryan, live in concert. This Friday night, Golden Gate Park.
Baptize me in a bottle of beer with
With Kings of Leon, Turnpike Troubadours, and Ovine Hoffman.
all night revival.
Zach Bryan. Tickets are on sale now at GoldenGateParkConcerts.com. Brought to you by your friends at Another Planet Entertainment.
Discover Terra Madre Americas, one of the world's most exciting food events, coming to Northern California for the first time this September 26th through 28th. Dig into good, clean, and fair food for all with chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower. Hear music from The War on Drugs, Spoon, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Jade Bird, and Passion Pit Solo Acoustic. Savor the journey of Terra Madre Americas, only in Sacramento. Details on TerraMadreUSA.com. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A+ Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Save $10,500 off MSRP. Every Silverado half-ton 5.3 at Elk Grove Chevy. And Elk Grove Chevy has one of the largest selections in the area. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MadeAChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details. Excludes work trucks and ZR2.
On the Sack Chat, asking about Kuminga. You are a genius, Livermore Pat. But because you are a genius, I'm going to add on to that genius, and that's for a Friday fun day. That is for a Friday. Tomorrow we will ask. I'll craft it all out tonight, and we will find out what ChatGPT has to say about if the Kings added Jonathan Kuminga. I want to hear ChatGPT say something negative. Right? Do we have to put in the Hornets? I need to ask ChatGPT about Tejan Salam. If they say positive things about him, then we got to stop doing this.
Yeah, if that's your gauge. But we're saying, Livermore Pat, though, that your question is so good that we're going to commit a half hour of research for a half hour segment tomorrow.
That's right.
Because your question is so good. What would ChatGPT say about the Jonathan Kuminga, Zach LaVine,
That's right.
Keegan Murray, Dennis Schroeder Kings offense?
11th, we're going to say it now just so you know, Livermore Pat, because I know not everybody can listen for 4 hours. 11:30 tomorrow, we will find out what ChatGPT has to say about Jonathan. Add Jonathan Kuminga, subtract, I guess,
Malik Monk.
At this point, are we add Jonathan Kuminga, subtract Malik Monk, subtract DeMar DeRozan, add Russell Westbrook?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Russell Westbrook
and Kyle Kuzma.
All right, so that's coming up. We are going to do the King's Dream. That's what we had heard. Add Kuminga, subtract DeRozan, subtract Malik Monk. That's 11:30 tomorrow. Okay, 11:30 tomorrow, just for you, Livermore Pat, because why not? 916-339-1140. Kyle, let's hear from La Murray. And I know I teased it this way. La Murray did not say that the Kings should tank. All he did was talk about how good the Kings looked, the young Kings, if you will, looked at a UCLA kind of open run type of deal. But I am saying that La Murray is leading us to believe that the Kings should tank. Here it is.
So I watched these guys, and first couple games, I'm like, oh, cool, the Kings are here. You know what I'm saying? At UCLA, and shout out to Rico. I think you guys are familiar with Rico with his time with the Kings, you know. So, you know, it's great to just watch guys enjoy basketball in the summertime, man. But I just noticed they kept winning games. I mean, they got to see some of the Sixers guys, you know, who Sixers had out there. VJ Edgecombe, number 3 overall pick. Trendon Watford, who they signed. Jabari Walker, Janai Broome, who's their second round pick. I mean, and they just kept winning. And at one point, I got Isaac Jones. I was like, who's that? Because I saw a dude hitting threes, getting dunks, handling the ball confidently. He's like, all right, man, he ain't just some dude. He looked like he you know what he's doing out here. And I was like, oh, like, he played in Atlanta. He with us now. It's like, oh, Daquan Plowden.
Yes.
Daquan really popped to me. It's like,
yeah.
I was like, who is this dude? Because I know Daquan's name and I know his numbers, but it's like, other than last summer when he earned a job because of his game, I haven't really gotten to see him in person like that. But seeing him in person is like, yeah, that dude's an NBA player, you know? And so it was just fun to see. It's always cool when you see pros on the same team, you know, go on the court in the summertime and play these games back to back to back, you know what I'm saying? And it was a notably good day for those guys. So shout out to them.
That was La Murray breaking down everything that he saw at that run. Look, obviously I'm having some fun as far as whether or not the Kings should tank, but this is all fine and good. They're all going to be fighting for playing time. You know, this is the type of stuff that makes you feel good about the future of the Sacramento Kings. But the guys that he named off, I guess, with Devin Carter in the best position, obviously, is it Devin Carter in the best position because he's been there?
I don't know.
Is it Neek over Devin just because Neek is Scott Perry's guy?
I know he didn't say it in the clip, but he did tweet out yesterday. I don't know how Devin Carter's shot goes in, but it was going in.
Yeah, I saw that too. So that's pretty much where this thing falls. And Kyle, with that being said, it is time. It's been bad, but it's time to go.
You believe.
Okay. We're all right. We are all right with the 4th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft Lottery Simulator from Tankathon. The Sacramento Kings select somebody that hopefully saves the franchise.
The next Keegan Murray. But actually give them runway and not take away shots from them. Well, maybe not. I mean, Keegan Murray will still be on the team, so who knows?
So I think the best thing that I heard as far as what Law was kind of talking about was, I don't know, man, if Devin Carter is going to be on this team, and I think that's up to discussion as well. But if Devin Carter is going to be on this team, anything you can hear that's positive about him and how he is developing, I do feel, to be fair, that Devin Carter is literally everything that La Murray has kind of described. He is that hyper athletic random dude at the gym that the way he plays is not the prettiest. So you just don't believe that he is a baller, but he just is killing you all game long. You keep giving him the three because of how it looks, but he keeps hitting them. So he does strike me as a very, very sneaky pickup player. Now, obviously, he's not sneaky because he's in the NBA, but the way he plays, he's not the prettiest ball player. And I do think a lot of that stuff matters. I'm guilty of it. That's part of the reason Kyrie Irving gets overrated as much as he does, because he's an extremely pretty basketball player. It is aesthetically pleasing to watch Kyrie Irving play basketball. Devin Carter, it is not aesthetically pleasing to watch him play basketball. He is not a smooth operator, if you will. He gets it done. Because I would even say the types of guys like Devin Carter, and everybody's Derek White now. Bronny's Derek. Everybody is Derek White now. But even Derek White, his it's just smoother, right? So he's the same type of player, but it's just smoother. Devin Carter isn't a very smooth player, and I think that's part of the reason it's been harder for people to get on board with him. But we can move on. I'm trying to think of another, with Sean Marion and his kind of two-handed shot. I'm trying to think of another player that doesn't really look pretty when they play, but they get it done. Is it Marcus Smart?
Lonzo Ball. He eventually fixed the shot.
Is it Marcus Smart?
I mean, that's a good one. I mean, I don't know exactly. I mean, again, who is the Devin Carter comparison and skill set, right? If we take the aesthetic and look out of it, what is the skill set that we're specifically talking about?
Yeah. I would say, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like the Marcus Smart thought. And it's obviously Marcus Smart's shot isn't ugly per se, but how he plays, it's not, he's gritty or whatever. I'm not going to say Draymond Green because I'm trying to think of guards, but other guards. I mean, honestly, is Westbrook, the way his dunks were ferocious, but I don't know if Westbrook was aesthetically pleasing. His dunks were.
I don't think it works.
He plays.
Once you get to a certain skill level, though, it's like it doesn't matter how you do it. You're just awesome.
Yeah.
Right? Anthony Edwards is a little bit funky, too, but it's just like he's just so awesome that it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So who is the Devin Carter, or not even Devin Carter comparison? Just give us other guards that get it done, even if it just doesn't. Because I don't know. Should I go Patrick Beverly? Is he Patrick Beverly-esque?
I don't really know. I mean, I'd have to have a list of some people.
You should know this off the top of your head.
Who I think Devin Carter is going to be, or who has the weirdest shots.
Look, what we do know is, hey, the Kings could go back-to-back in Stockton if they want. That's one part of it. They could definitely go back-to-back in Stockton.
That was kind of my takeaway from the whole ordeal, is like, there's a world where these five get to play together in Stockton. It won't be all the time because 3 of them are on NBA contracts, but there is a world where at least a few of them are playing together in Stockton, specifically Plowden, and who I guess was the most remarkable takeaway of the group. And then I'd probably say Isaac Jones, just because Isaac Jones kind of a tweener right now. I don't think he's like Nick Clifford, Devin Carter, and Maxime. Those guys have a chance of being rotation people right away. Unless Isaac is going to supplant Dario Saric, I don't know if Isaac is going to have playing time right away next season.
Yeah, so a great stuff from La Murray. At the very least, look, it all starts with the bones. It all starts with just being able to say that what you're building, even if it's with your G League team, it's all building from the right spot. 5-3 is a good shot, a good shout. Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah, Tyrese Halliburton's shot is funky.
Yeah, has a strange looking shot that works. Is Tyrese Halliburton aesthetically pleasing to watch? I actually think that's a pretty good one because he tries to do the cool stuff, right? The little spin after the pass. Does it actually look cool?
I think Tyrese Halliburton and Chris Paul are kind of that specific, like, for people who really like basketball, there is a consistency to it that is remarkable, right? It's like, how are you able to go an entire game with 20 assists and no turnovers?
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you're watching a whole 48-minute game, it's more remarkable than like the one flashy play.
916-339-1140. We are joined by 2/3 of the round table when we return. Chris Watkins and Brendan Nunes. Don't move. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The 49ers play here. Saturday preseason action continues. It's the 49ers taking on the Raiders. Pre-game at noon with kickoff at 1.
Your exclusive home for 49ers football.
Is Sacktown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for the Make This the Summer sales event?
Right now, save up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 Crew Cabs. The Motor Trend 2025 Truck of the Year.
What about all those hard-to-find heavy duties?
Right now, save up to $11,000 off MSRP on the hard-to-find brand new 2025 Ram Heavy Duties. You won't find a better selection of new Rams in California, with over 400 new Rams available and more on the way.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. $15,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorns after $83.16 factory rebates and $66.84 dealer discounts. Rebates include 10% below MSRP. $2,000 Stellantis financial bonus cash. Must finance with Stellantis. $500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. $11,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 2500 Limited after $2,500 factory rebates and $8,500 dealer discount. Rebates include $500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. At least 5 of each net savings. Not everyone will qualify for all rebates. See dealer for details.
Bing Maloney Golf Courses, 27 holes of high-flying public fun, and Bing Maloney's a classic design for golfers of all abilities. Bing Maloney's lighted driving range is a great place to learn and practice this summer under the covered hitting stations. The range also offers a practice putting green and outdoor furniture to relax with friends. Enjoy tasty beverages or comfort food from Maloney's Grill. The Association of Golf Merchandisers has named Bing Maloney a top 100 golf shop. For tee times, visit bingmaloney.com. It's Sacramento Golf's Great Value Course. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with Golf to Go. I love spending a day on the golf course with invited friends, but not with uninvited mosquitoes, which can carry serious diseases like West Nile virus. Don't let mosquito bites ruin your round or your health. Stay safe while playing golf, hiking, or enjoying the outdoors with family. Defend yourself with insect repellent. For tips about your golf game, listen for Golf to Go. But for more tips on protecting yourself and your home from mosquitoes, visit fightthebite.net.
Summer's flying by, and that back-to-school checklist, it's growing fast. New backpack? Check. School supplies? Check. Dentist appointment? Let's fix that. Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics is making it easy to cross dental checkups off your summer list fast, with priority scheduling for new patients and kid-friendly care that makes them smile. It's one less thing to worry about before fall. Call now or book online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, because healthy smiles should be the easiest thing to check off your summer list.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports. We were just getting situated here with 2/3 of the round table in the building.
Brendan Nunez and Chris Watkins. Guys, feels like you haven't been on the show in forever, at least not together.
I was here last week.
Right, I said together.
Yeah. It's true. Yeah, and then week prior, I think it was only him, actually. So
That's right.
It's been a sec.
I know.
You have some new endeavors since.
That's right.
It's crazy.
What do you mean?
You just have some new things going on.
Oh, the Locked On?
Yeah.
Look, we are winless. The Giants are winless since I've taken over.
Coincidence?
Locked On Giants.
They're not getting many wins anyway.
If they get swept by the Rays, I might need to, make some tough decisions. So, yeah, but thank you, Brendan, for that. Chris Watkins joins us as well, as Chris is doing the cha-cha slide on the other side, trying to get this.
It's all about presentation.
This video. That's how long it's been. We don't know where the cameras should be. We don't know what's going on.
Wow.
We're losing.
We
got cameras broke
camera
because they haven't been used in 2 years. I mean, there's just a lot kind of
the Kings
popping.
roster feels a little bit.
Well, you're leading me right into it. Okay, real quick, where are you guys at with the schedule stuff? Let me ask you this. Let me take a step back. Have either of you attempted to get schedule leaks? Is that in your bag? Because I'm seeing this get posted, and I don't care about Mike Brown's return, right? I mean, cool. I don't care about it right now.
Yeah.
I don't need to know about it right now.
They're cool when they come out. Like, yeah, random drops of, hey, I know about these couple games, and it's no hate. Like, those guys are just doing their job.
Yeah.
I don't really, to your point, I'm definitely not chasing after that. I don't know even where to start with that stuff.
What am I doing? I'm a normal fan, and I see this. Am I writing it down? You're going to see
You
it.
definitely could.
You're going to find out about it.
Could.
The only thing that I think Kyle had mentioned is if you might want to go to that game. Maybe you were a Mike Brown guy.
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
And
or travel. There's tons of, we always think about the local Sacramento people, but I
right.
If you
tons
just
of friends
go
from
to
out of town.
So knowing about it now versus 4 days from now.
Now there's no difference.
Yeah, no, that's for the love of the game.
The price is going to jump up.
That is love of the game.
Our plane price is going to jump up today at $12.15.
It's like once they know, oh no, the Kings are playing the Atlanta Hawks that day. We're gonna have to. Southwest is gonna have to bump up those prices.
San Antonio to Sacramento flight.
Oh
is
man, I'm just double check. De'Aaron Fox comes back to Sacramento again.
That's right.
December 13th. So me personally, and I'm big on NFL schedules. I love it, but there's just too many damn games.
No, I only care about the home opener and the season opener. Those are the only two that really have. Because we're going to do the exercise regardless. We're going to come back to the next segment.
Oh, we're going to do it.
Is there anything that sticks out? And we're going to, have a 8-game stretch where this is going to make or break the season.
We're going to do it.
We got screwed, or we're really going to find out who this team is.
What was it? Atlanta, Miami, Toronto, or Atlanta, Toronto, Miami.
Guys, we're talking about 5,000 miles in 5 days.
Right. Yeah.
The one I always thought was funny was people were like, oh no, they're playing the Pelicans 3 times in 8 days. And by the time we got there, the Pelicans were the worst team in the league.
Yeah. Yeah. 916-339-1140. Let's start here, guys. We did this exercise last week, and I want to run it by both of you. And I even looked at some old articles from late June. It is now somehow we are midway through August. Feels like August started last week, but we are midway through August from the last buzzer going off for the Thunder, or you could even say for the Sacramento Kings, to now. What are your thoughts on the offseason, what you expected out of the offseason, and how it ended up? I mean, I was joking about people on the text line saying, stop bringing up Dennis Schroeder. Okay, we're going to see what happens. Before we knew it was going to be Dennis Schroeder. And I'm not going to lead you in either direction, but there were certain things I think we believed were going to happen that didn't happen. Certain holes or opportunities we thought would pop up and be addressed that maybe did or didn't get addressed. So let's start with you, Brendan, on your expectations for the offseason and where we are at now, as you're going to blink and training camps and be around the corner.
Yeah, I'll out myself a little bit. I'm pretty sure I was on here saying I'd be really surprised if both DeMar and Zach LaVine were back on this team next year. And obviously that seems like that's what's going to be the case. There's always James Harden got traded, a week before training camp or something like that. Like, things can still take place at any point in the offseason, but it seems like it's slowed down enough that feel pretty good about saying Zach and DeMar are going to be on this team going into next season, but that all feels temporary until Scott Perry can rework the top of this roster. And with those limitations, it felt like there wasn't much other flexibility and optionality on how he could approach this offseason with the current roster. And so I feel like the fact that those guys are still here and you're still waiting on that move to happen feels like what we were just talking about for a couple of years with Monty McNair. And I know Scott just inherited this roster, but I think objectively it has to feel like a fairly disappointing offseason, right? Like, you hear the way that everybody's talking about the Dennis Schroeder contract. And I think the fact that it's only something like $4 million guaranteed in that third year really helps the deal. But Dennis Schroeder doesn't make you that much of a better team. I don't think that you're jumping up a tier in the Western Conference. I think the way that you can probably get the most optimism is looking at the draft class. I think Nick Clifford is really encouraging. Heard somebody the other day, I want to say it was a guest that we had on, and for some reason I'm forgetting, compare him to Law Murray yesterday on the Drive Guys, compared him to Josh Hart, and how Josh Hart was a guy that Scott Perry brought over to New York. So I think that's where I could see an optimistic take on this offseason and potential talent evaluation, but it's also super early to do that. It's TBD on how good these guys are going to be. So honestly, I feel like a fairly disappointing offseason because we're still sitting here waiting for Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan to be moved, but that doesn't mean it was the wrong decision necessarily.
Yeah, and it had come up before. If the best thing about your offseason is the draft class and you drafted 26th to start, maybe that offseason didn't go as well as you had hoped. But Chris, what are your thoughts on it?
No, I think not to mention another one of your great guests, but I heard you with Jake on yesterday, and you kind of asked Jake the same question, and his answer was like, what offseason? Like, they haven't done anything. And initially I was like, I don't think that's really fair. But then you do think about it, and especially without the Kuminga stuff happening and without the Russell Westbrook stuff happening, it really is. You had Dennis Schroeder and Dario Saric and some draft picks, and that's really what you're looking at. And with that being the totality of it right now, I know Domas had those comments yesterday that have people wondering if maybe, like Brendan alluded to, maybe there is like a last minute thing that could happen before training camp. But I just kind of feel like it's underwhelming, right? Like you can't feel like going into the offseason that this was, if you would have said that this is going to be the result, that anyone would have been thrilled with it. And the funny thing is, like, I guess they're marginally a better team than they were at the end of last year. But, I think the draft pick thing is easy to say it wasn't a big deal in hindsight, but they didn't have a first round pick going into the draft, and to add that and then for it to actually be an impact player, like, that's not nothing. Like, they could have A, not had a first round pick, or B, traded up, gotten a first round pick and have that either be a developmental player or somebody who we already, maybe have questions about. So I would say that it's not like they've done completely nothing. Neek could be a really big addition, but that is probably your biggest upside swing of the offseason. If you get the Kuminga thing done, if you get the Westbrook thing done independently or together, I think it's a different conversation, but maybe the Westbrook one to a much smaller extent. But I think overall, even with those, it's not the offseason that anyone would have anticipated it being, for sure.
Yeah, and to your point, I don't know that I looked at it as a disappointment, and Jake didn't use the word disappointment. It was just not much has happened. Hey, we need a point guard. Okay, let's go get a point guard. Hey, I kind of want a first-round draft pick, so they went and got a first-round draft pick. I'm not even really sure what I thought was going to happen, though, because the reason I don't want to – there's disappointment, and then there's what we expected Scott Perry to do, right, or to be able to do. I guess you're disappointed, but it really just comes down to, and we talked about this last week, Brendan, the thought process on DeMar DeRozan. I woke up this morning maybe feeling like the same way. I don't know. This is always a scary thought.
Yeah, like, where are we going here?
But the same way we talked about some of the Westbrook move, right? And whether or not the Westbrook move is being pushed by
by Scott Perry or by higher powers.
Yep.
Okay, Vivek Ranadive, I hope the power doesn't go off. So that's how this thing started. Then I started wondering, okay, let's use our brains here. Let's use context clues. Kids don't have to do that because of ChatGPT, which we used for about 30 minutes in the 11 o'clock hour. But Scott Perry is on NBA TV saying they don't want to dribble the air out of the basketball. Okay. Scott Perry is talking about how they want to be a defensive first team. Scott Perry is trying to get younger players. All these things. But DeMar DeRozan is your guy, and you kind of, I don't say they barely shopped him, but they definitely could have shopped him more. Are we sure that's Scott Perry's doing? You sat down with him, Brendan, and I'm not, based on what you're willing or not willing to share, just based on
he didn't tell me the DeMar trade.
No, just tell me, just based on your vibes.
Yeah.
But it doesn't add up. It doesn't really add up.
I think where I see DeMar fitting into what Perry talks about is the thing that I heard him mention most about next season specifically is creating an identity and a culture of what being a Kings player means, right? And there's the on the court aspect of what you're talking about, the sharing the basketball and defensive orientation, but there's also the like intangibles that he lists. And I'm not gonna have all 6, but it's like team oriented, disciplined, accountable, professional. DeMar fits all of these. And that's where I go with the Westbrook logic too. I think we've had this conversation a little bit, like that makes sense to me. That's also ignoring the basketball side of it, where he doesn't fit. And I'm just acknowledging that that's part of this, but it's not like DeMar's a bad basketball player either. And I think that the logic is more so we weren't just trying to dump this guy. We didn't just want to get rid of DeMar DeRozan because that was the goal. The goal was, can we shop this guy to improve our team in a better way, potentially get younger? And obviously they didn't feel like there were any options out there to do that. I think that DeMar's value will continue to go up, but the counter to everybody being like, oh, well, he's going to take touches away from Neat Clifford, from Devin Carter. It's like, well, is it more valuable that he gets to mentor them early in their career, And so again, I'm taking the basketball side out of it, which is the most important piece here. Not that DeMar's a bad basketball player, but we've seen a questionable fit. But I think all the identity stuff, which I feel like is what Scott has hammered home the most, specifically for next season, because you're not going to have that basketball identity going into next year, to be honest. You just don't have the roster for it. But you can have that off-court identity. And I feel like DeMar plays into that, and just his presence and his mentorship. And he's also a guy that takes to young players really well throughout his career, could be beneficial to some of these young guys. And that's where I see he fits what Scott's talking about, even if he counters some of the on-court values.
So this is the senior, right? The freshmen are in. We're trying to get the freshman and sophomore on the right track. Let's keep the senior, and he can show them how we want things to be done.
Yeah, I mean, you'll hate this, but I'm going to mention Mind the Game, and LeBron was talking. Steve Nash, 12 minutes. Steve Nash asked LeBron, like, hey, what do you think about Cooper Flagg? And the thing that Bron pointed out was he's got Klay Thompson, Kyrie Irving, AD, and Jason Kidd, all Hall of Famers around him. And it's not really about the basketball. I mean, like, maybe that could be our slogan, Sacramento Kings. It's not about the basketball. But like, it's really like, I think the DeMar DeRozan decision specifically, and the Russell Westbrook one, would be, it's not really about the on-court product, because we know that the Kings aren't going to win a championship in next season. I can break that right now. And so you might as well try and cultivate some sort of culture or something that will help you in those years moving forward when those guys aren't going to be on your roster. So hopefully, to Brendan's, I guess, like, this is a Disney sports movie type thing. Like, the idea is Neat Clifford 2-3 years from now can say, DeMar DeRozan showed me every single day, like, what hard work is, what it means to prepare for a game, what it means to truly study a scouting report. Like,
Domas still talks about Westbrook.
Absolutely. Yeah. Westbrook was his veteran, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And so I think that there's just a lot of value that Scott is taking from the off the floor stuff, or to use Brendan's example of Scott's key 6 core principles that he wants from your players. If you fit 5 of them, and the 6th one is, hey, the on the court fit isn't great. Like, I think he's willing to kind of find that counterbalance, because the Kings aren't in an immediate win now situation.
Also, like, what's the rush? To your point, the team's not going to be good. Like, good is is all relative, right? Like I think they will be competitive, have a chance to win on any given night, but it's a tough Western Conference. They're probably a play-in team that we're talking about, and trading away DeMar DeRozan wasn't going to change that in the immediate, in my mind. So I feel like taking a patient approach makes sense in this way, even though I think of Monty McNair every time I say that, because I swear I was preaching that for like 2 years here and he ended up doing nothing.
Yeah. And look, I said this when Scott Perry got hired. I think that Vivek just likes him more than Monty McNair. I just
sure, yeah, he's a lot more personable, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a lot better to talk to on a day-to-day basis.
That's who he's got a relationship with him. Apparently, they were still talking throughout this whole time. So maybe Scott Perry feels like he has got a longer leash than what Monty McNair has had. And when they missed the playoffs after the 2020 season, and they went and got DeMar DeRozan, a lot of that was, whether Monty McNair wanted to do it or not is still up for debate. But hey, you need to make the playoffs, and he clearly didn't have, even with winning exec of the year, Vivek didn't care about none of that, right? With Scott, maybe this is just a sign that Scott believes that he's going to have time to build this the right way. That's of his belief, and clearly he's been given a reason to believe that. But I guess that's what it signals to me. And that's fine, but even in the short term, and the 530 is chiming in here, the fact that the Kings did not address the power forward position yet again is so disappointing. Yeah, but it is still random. I mean, you're still trotting out a team where Keegan is really, it's just the Keegan show at that power forward position, unless you let Maxime Reynaud in there. And we're talking about a second-round pick that hasn't
Dario
played.
Saric, Isaac Jones.
Right. Sure. I mean, they're there. And I think Isaac might be cool, but this is what we're talking about. Okay, one of them might pop, but we're gonna bank on undrafted Isaac Jones. You already got your found money with Keon. Now we're just playing with five. Okay, so no, now Isaac Jones, let alone a late first round pick. So Neek gonna hit, Maxine gonna hit, Isaac Jones gonna hit. I mean, they're just, and people are still talking about Dylan Cardwell. I mean, come on now, man. It's like Dylan Cardwell. Can we be serious for a second?
I mean, yeah, they don't have much internal growth on the team. But I get why people are going to get excited about those little things, because it is just a waiting game with the top of the roster. Unfortunately, that is where we're at. That I'm going to be hyped when Maxime Reynaud has a 5x5 in Stockton. It's going to be sick.
Yeah.
And that's like things that I feel like I'm going to hold on to a little bit going into next season. And again, I'm talking about the team like they're going to be horrible, I guess, but I think that they're going to be competitive enough that it's going to be entertaining to watch. They're going to also have these stretches where it's not enjoyable, but that's just part of being a fan, but they're good enough that I think that you tune in any given night and think, hey, they could beat this team.
Agreed.
Which there is value in that. So yeah, take that for what you will. And hey, if you find joy in keeping track on some of the younger players and how they're going to develop, good for you, but don't bet on them.
Yeah.
To your point.
I think the funny thing about the DeMar DeRozan thing, which is true, by the way, is that everything you said about the mentorship and leadership, all true. But this is not a young team per se, right? I mean, you got Sabonis, Sabonis, he's doing his thing. He had over Maxime and Isaac Jones over to his spot in Napa. Zach LaVine has been around, so it is funny how specific it is. No, and then they want to bring in Westbrook. I mean, how many vets do you need? How much leadership where are they leading us to?
I think it's just about building the cult. I think it's just it is the foresight of the future. Scott Perry's in his first year. You can't hold the son for the sins of the father, right? He is in this position only because he was placed into this position, and he can only do what he can do with the pieces that he has. And I think he is focusing on the youth, which I think is good. But I think I just don't know what are the other paths, like the power forward position. What is the path? Give me a name of somebody they should have gone after. Who are the people the Kings are going after?
Yeah, Draper's boy.
I don't.
John Collins.
Who are the names of the guys that the Kings should have gone after? Okay, John Collins. Who could they have traded for John Collins?
Buyout.
It's more just like, I think everyone has these grand ideas of like what the team could have been, but like you need the actual example to back it up. And I think that's where the DeRozan thing comes into play.
I just don't know how hard they tried, though.
I mean, they're definitely trying.
Everyone knew he was available. Everyone knows Malik Monk is available. Like, I don't think these things are a secret. I think it's just a value proposition. Exactly. Like what Brandon said in the beginning. I think we wanted to trade DeMar DeRozan with the thought that we could get a Jaime Jaquez or a piece that we felt, okay, DeMar is a better player, but there is value in us getting that guy back. Clearly the DeMar DeRozan returns were Terry Rozier and a protected first or something. And it's like, okay, well, we're not just going to give him up for a protected first.
No, I hear you.
I also think DeMar might be the answer at that backup 4. Like the more that I kind of think about it, because
as he ages. Yeah.
I mean, like you play against Denver, he's the one guarding Aaron Gordon. You put him on the slower players.
That looked great. That looked great.
No, it doesn't.
Not ideal.
It doesn't. Aaron Gordon's not a great example because Aaron Gordon's cutting and DeMar is usually not the most keen to that, I guess. But I mean, I think that he's just got a stronger frame to him, a little bit slower at this point, and I just think sub him out 4 minutes into the game, and he's your 4 when he goes back out.
Sure. No, it just reminds me of that commercial. I think it's for Indeed.com when they say when they're saying you go into a job interview and they're refusing to tell the person the salary.
Oh, the salary, yeah.
Yeah, it would be a competitive one. Okay, so what does a competitive salary look like? It would be competitive, whatever it is. We're building culture.
Yeah.
But what type of culture?
One.
A good one.
Yep.
It's a strong culture.
It is. You know what I thought about in the middle of this conversation hadn't really crossed my mind before is I almost wonder if they feel like they need more veteran leadership, these Westbrooks, DeRozans, because they don't have a very experienced head coach at the helm. And there's the thought of like maybe Scott didn't pick Doug, and maybe so he feels like he needs some other leaders in the room as well. That's not a shade
Mike
on
Woodson.
Doug,
Mike Woodson.
Mike Woodson counts towards that.
Bobby,
connected.
But Bobby was a Doug guy.
Bobby's a Doug guy.
Which
isn't a bad thing.
No. It was a snake draft. They all got an opportunity. Okay, so that's fair enough. And we know, I believe the schedule is out. We are going to do that from a clean slate. Okay, when we do get to the break, we have some time here before we get to the break as well.
The home opener's a doozy.
916 says no mention of Big Dog Drew U.
No.
So we got a whole nickname for
Correct.
this. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about. We got somebody riding for Big Dog Drew U.
You think there's a Drew Eubanks muse?
And there's
gotta be.
Oh
Gotta
yeah.
be.
It's Big Dog Drew U, and then he's got a question mark, exclamation point, question mark, and a $sign. And I pray that $sign is a typo. I pray that's a typo.
I just looked up Drew Eubanks on Basketball Reference. The only nickname they have for him is the Shack of Troutdale.
Does it say Troutdale? Is I'm assuming where he's from.
Yeah,
does it say?
He was not born in Troutville.
Okay.
Or what is it? Troutdale.
Yeah. Is that Anaheim?
916
Troutdale?
knows.
I like
that was pretty good.
Yeah, thank you.
Big Dog Drew U.
I think we should spend all of next segment talking about Drew Eubanks and what he could bring to the Kings.
Look, if he can shoot the corner three,
I don't believe he can.
You know my favorite, actually, my favorite. I don't think he can either.
Why do I know what you're gonna say? Go ahead.
Maybe you do, but one time there was a couple years ago. I think Drew Eubanks was on Phoenix, and Domas played against him. And Domas kind of got worked a little bit in this game.
I want to say that was a preseason game.
Maybe it might have been because I think it was early. And I remember at the next game while they're warming up, an assistant coach being like, "Go at him like he's Eubanks. Go at him like he's Drew."
That's
because
crazy.
He just kind of had a bad game against him. And so I just thought of that right when the signing happened.
916-339-1140. We are minutes away from revealing the Kings schedule. We'll tell you where the peaks are and the valleys. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
The 49ers play here. Saturday, preseason action continues. It's the 49ers taking on the Raiders. Pre-game at noon with kickoff at 1.
Your exclusive home for 49ers football.
It's Sacktown Sports 1140.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit KHTK.com.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Man, oh man. All right, guys. You're both looking at the schedule. It's out. Hot coffee.
When it breaks,
We have it first.
it's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
Hot coffee. The schedule is out, and my 13-7 is looking absolutely cooked. Well done, like how my family likes their steaks. Oh my goodness, they play the Thunder 3 times in the first 15 games. Am I reading this correctly?
You are correct. And they go to Milwaukee, Denver twice. They got Minnesota a couple times.
So here we go. This is how we start out. Let's just go through it. And Chris and Brendan, I'm going to throw it to you. You hop in with what sticks out to you as far as national games and all of that. Meanwhile, we are going to break down how the Kings are going to get to 13-7. All right. So it starts off in a good track. They're 3-0. Phoenix, Utah, LA, 3-0. Luka's not ready.
LA Lakers?
That's right. Luka's not ready. He's fighting with Austin Reeves. They both want the ball. 3-0.
Jake LaRavia is going to carry them, though.
3-1 with the Thunder.
Oh, they lose to the champions.
That's right.
Okay.
3-1 with the Thunder. They beat their Spider-Man meme, the Bulls. So they're 4-1.
It's a back-to-back on the road.
They're 4-1.
Okay.
Look, if they don't get that game,
early crash out potential right here.
4-1. Okay. After that, they're going to lose to. Actually, I think they beat Milwaukee and lose to Denver. Okay.
I'm so hyped to do this for 82 games.
So they're 5-30. They're 5-3 at this point. That's correct, right, Kyle?
Yes.
5-3.
Host the Warriors.
Warriors, they won't be ready yet. Okay.
Ready for what?
That's right. 6-3.
Who won't be ready?
6-3. Oklahoma City, 6-4. Okay. Minnesota, they've owned Minnesota. 7-4.
They literally went 1-3 last year against Minnesota.
7-4. For some odd reason, they have Denver again. I'm not really sure why. 7-5.
The national TV game. That Denver game. First one of the year. NBC.
Starting at 8 p.m. in Sacramento.
Yeah.
I feel like Cam Johnson usually does some work against the Kings.
7-5.
Tuesday.
Okay.
Wow. An 11 p.m. start time on NBC.
They're 7-5. After that, they're going to beat the Hawks, I think.
Oof. Wait, that is an 8 p.m. game in Sacramento.
Yeah. So
8-5.
So ESPN and NBC are doing triple headers this year. So there's going to be games starting at 2 local time here, and then games starting at 8 o'clock local time.
8-5. After that, they'll probably lose to Minnesota. They're not going to beat them twice. So 8-6. They beat the bum Spurs. 9-6.
That Spurs game starts at 3 o'clock local time. So Allen, we're finally going to get a short show.
9-6. Look, they're gonna beat the Thunder one of these 3 times. So they might be sitting people already. Who knows? 10-6. Okay, they beat the Grizzlies because they stink. 11-6. The Nuggets again. How is this possible?
Let's go. Come on, Alan.
It's all the Nuggets and Thunder. Possible? They play the Nuggets and Thunder.
Okay, so what is that?
I believe 9-9.
No.
Or 10-8.
No. Yeah, Denver gives them 8 losses.
So 10-8. Or sorry, 9-8.
And then they win out Minnesota, Phoenix, Utah.
That is 12-8.
Okay.
All you need is them to go into Milwaukee and win.
That's it.
Which they haven't done since 2013.
And in Golden State to be not ready.
They won't.
In Minnesota.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And they got Kuminga's going to be fighting with them in the locker room.
Oh, I'm sorry. Also, Luka and Reeves fighting each other, so guaranteed win to start the season.
Give me 12-8.
Kuminga's going to change jerseys at halftime.
Give me 12-8, man. 12-8.
So your most optimistic Allen is 12-8.
No, we could get more optimistic.
I mean, we could. There's more fights that could happen, but that's where I'm sitting right now.
Some of the sort of first things I glance at, and it's admittedly sort of like a lot to sort of just digest live reaction, but January, for example, a ridiculous amount of home games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 home games just in January, and that doesn't even count the last week is entirely when they are on the road. The last week of January is actually their East Coast road trip. You got Cleveland, Detroit, New York, and then Philly, Boston back to back. I feel like they get stuck with these back-to-backs on that East Coast road trip a lot. And then you end out with Washington. Hopefully that goes all right. But also All-Star break. The Kings are off the week prior, not off, but they're on the road the week prior. So they're going to have a little bit of a good break. There's 3 days prior to All-Star break and 3 days post All-Star break. We'll get a little break there. Older team will probably appreciate that one. But yeah, January and then March, I would say, is the other one where there's just a crazy amount of home games. 10 in January. We got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in March here as well.
So they get the first 20 games, they get the Thunder 3 times. Okay. They get the Nuggets 3 times.
Yep.
They get Minnesota twice. The Lakers, the Warriors.
You already said OKC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
This is crazy.
Yeah, during the break, maybe we can figure out that win percentage of like the first 18, 19 teams or games that they play. I mean, a lot of those. I mean, you can't forget like the Lakers were the 3 seed in the West last year. So I mean, they're playing pretty much all playoff teams. The first 19 games of this, or 18 games, I guess,
and Utah.
of the season.
Utah,
yeah.
Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix didn't make it, right.
And that's
so
Chicago.
after the first 2, it's all playoff teams.
In Chicago. Chicago, did they?
They were play in.
Yeah, play in, right.
I mean, yeah, Western Conference, this is just going to be the reality of it too, right? Utah is your
San
bottom
Antonio
feeder, I guess. San Antonio was not quite last year, but the West is.
But they will be.
It's going to be tough in the West. Obviously, you're going to play this Pacific Division that I think is kind of beat up and in a weird spot right now. But those are going to be. I think all those teams are neck and neck, and then you mentioned, you got OKC, you're thrown in there, Denver, Minnesota. Like these are all good teams. The top 8 of the West is all really competitive, and probably teams that you look at and are like, I don't know, I'm gonna bet on the Kings tonight.
Go ahead.
It could get better in March. I mean, in March you've got a stretch of Phoenix, New Orleans, Chicago, Indiana, Charlotte. We just got to make it to March.
My issue, not my issue, but why I keep focusing on the first 20 games is I do think that's incredibly important.
Oh yeah, for
when
sure.
You start chasing, because I'm the guy, I'll overreact to everything. You know that. But yeah, a little bit. 20 games, those first 20, that can really set the tone, guys, and you're going to be chasing already. Yeah. Look, man, I know we were talking about Scott Perry and just letting things kind of work themselves out. This brother knew this is gonna work.
Hey man,
Carl, we're in the tankathon again. This thing is
it's
cooked,
not like
bro.
New teams joined the league, man. This is who they were gonna have to go against.
Hold on, let me run this bad boy again.
He was just holding all his hope on the first 20 games.
Let me run it again, man. I gotta run it.
I think it's a solid here point before. This is gonna be good odds
with the third pick.
They get the good
2026. Come on, man.
They got 4 and 3
Skip
today.
5 spots.
I've ran it a couple times, but
that's what they're starting to. I mean, they probably won't end
the
the season at 7.
I mean, look, I'm sorry to Kings fans.
That's crazy. You run it a couple times. You say that you
I
run
ran
it
it
like
like 4 times.
I thought you run it
Today?
1 time a day.
No. This was not the official run. This is a bonus spin.
Okay.
We got 4th
earlier.
Yeah. Because this thing is cooked, bro. I'm telling you right now.
It's a rough first 20. I mean,
what was it?
Getting is really tough.
What was it? 35 and a half. All right, we'll do that. We got time to go a little bit deeper here, but 35 and a half, brothers.
Yeah, I mean,
35.
you knew the opponents. I mean, it's not as if that's changed at all. You knew that they were going to have to play everybody in the
but
league.
I didn't see it like this.
I mean, I do agree with your philosophy of like, the first 20 games do have impact. Like, I mean, if you're 6 and help me out, 14 in the first 20 games.
Russell Westbrook's not going to be very happy.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a lot of questions, dysfunction. You're going to have people questioning their role. You're going to have people questioning, hey, like maybe we should lean into more of the youth movement. I think that's where the trade rumors start to happen with some of the older guys.
Start to be like, I should really be playing over that guy.
It's where you start to see phantom injuries out of nowhere. That's not even phantom injuries, but hey, it might be in our best interest if you miss the next 5 games type thing. Like, I think those are the difficulties of when you start behind, like it seems like they're going to. I mean, it's just absolutely brutal. Just random quirks here. Like they have the little baseball series. They only have 2 of them at Portland and then against Portland in December. And then Kyle mentioned they play Golden State back to back to end the season, games 80 and 81. The other thing that stuck out too, I know Brendan mentioned it, but that road trip in January is absolutely brutal. At Cleveland, at Detroit, at New York, at Philly, at Boston. Now, I feel like that's typically, if you're going to do the East Coast, you end up doing the East Coast like that. But
back-to-back Philly, Boston.
Those are 5 of the best teams in the Eastern Conference in Cleveland, Detroit, New York, Philly, and Washington. I mean, we'll see about Philly, but that's an incredibly tough trip. There, and then you end that road trip with Washington. It feels like last year, weren't we in that same exact spot where you end the road trip in Washington? And
I want to say they had a good win, maybe like in New York or something.
It was the game before that. Yeah,
they had a good.
Indy
it seemed like it was
going
to be a good road trip, and then Washington came in and
I think it was Charlotte. And then Washington.
Charlotte.
That's right.
Yeah.
And didn't they lose to Washington?
They did lose to Washington. Yes,
yeah,
that was
this just ruined my.
Hey, there's a Charlotte back to back here. Indiana comes into town.
When is that?
Tyrese is one game in March.
No, it's
so
over
from March,
it's like DeMar is gone by
from
then.
March
it's over.
3rd until I think April 3rd. They only play 2 playoff teams from last year.
But it's already.
But
cooked.
that's done at that.
Yeah,
point.
you're chasing.
Yeah, maybe
if
not.
you flip
Maybe
that,
not.
but that's what I'm saying. You flip that.
Yeah.
Chasing it's the belief their souls are going to be crushed immediately. I gotta talk about Doug Chris. My brain is I'm cooked, bro.
No, I mean, to your point too, if it is flipped and they have an easy beginning and hard end, like, I mean, you could make a move at the deadline. Like there's just it's completely changes your order of operation. If you're going to struggle from the start of the season, I mean, you're gonna have to fill 4 hours every single day.
This is the worst news.
You'll have content, that's for sure.
This is worse than the Spanish Keurig. This is worse than that, man.
This is the earliest. I don't think I've ever heard you in August declare that the Kings are good.
Nah, man, this is
because he's only been here when the Kings are good.
Where am I gonna find?
I think to counter your early schedule being a hard point and like that just being a tough thing for them. You could argue that, hey, they win some of those games. You get a little bit of self-belief there.
There's the belief.
I don't know that I'm betting on that necessarily, but I think having a weak back end of the schedule is beneficial. Like, that's not nothing. You want to be playing your best basketball headed into the postseason.
Or you ruin your pick.
That exists. Or you ruin your pick.
Or you decide, let's not move DeMar because we got
about that.
It softens up. Wow.
You go into next season maybe feeling better. I think, there's a chance. I mean, you play some of the worst teams. There's a good chance by March when you play that Phoenix, New Orleans, Chicago, Indy, Charlotte stretch.
And they're going to lose.
Those guys might be playing, Tajon Salon. Like they might be really, really deep on their bench at that point.
I can't do
this.
Tajon Salon versus Devin Carter.
That is the worst news.
We joke now. It is going to be Tajon Salon against Devin Carter.
Well, because we know LaMelo will not be playing.
No,
we will not be playing.
The reverse version of this game is I don't know what they're talking about on Denver sports radio, but I just pulled up the Nuggets schedule and they are definitely like, oh, thank God we have the Kings 3 times in the first 15 games.
So for sure.
Incredible. All right. When we return, let's see how the Kings are going to get to 36 games, man. Take the under. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on a February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Summer's flying by, and that back-to-school checklist, it's growing fast. New backpack? Check. School supplies? Check. Dentist appointment? Let's fix that. Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics is making it easy to cross dental checkups off your summer list fast with priority scheduling for new patients and kid-friendly care that makes them smile. It's one less thing to worry about before fall. Call now or book online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com because healthy smiles should be the easiest thing to check off your summer list.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery with the purchase of any smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 23 select models only.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the biggest selection, the best prices, and unbeatable customer service. Check them out online, sacsuperstore.com for the guaranteed lowest price on Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Open until 10 o'clock and right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. sacsuperstore.com.
The 49ers play here. Saturday, preseason action continues. It's the 49ers taking on the Raiders. Pre-game at noon with kickoff at 1.
Your exclusive home for 49ers football.
It's Sacktown Sports 1140.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
One more segment with the guys. Trying to find our way to 36 wins as the schedule has been released. And this is something else, guys. Chris, we haven't got your thoughts on it yet.
Alan needs a therapist right now, Chris.
No, seriously, though.
What do you want me to help you with? I mean, how can I help you? I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you, and I'm not going to tell you that this team is going to win 45 games.
And as a kicker, just when we thought this situation couldn't get worse, Amir Coffey just signed a 1-year deal to the Bucks.
Oh, you're joking. I mean,
Amir Coffey.
My goodness. Styles
break. 40.9% from three.
There's
9
no way.
points.
I mean, that's on two shots all season.
First Chris Boucher, now this.
Yeah,
It's just,
my goodness.
Are we trying to win?
There is
trying
debate.
to win. Kings got to deal with this, man. They got to deal with this schedule. And now they got to face Amir Coffey. First 20 games. Come on, Chris.
Dude,
what are your thoughts?
No, I mean, I'm right there with you in the first 20 games thing. I think it is really brutal. I think it changes how they're gonna attack the season in general. It's tough to be positive about it. I mean, those first 20 games, we mentioned. I mean, it's an abundance of playoff teams. I think what we said, there's like 3 or 4 of the first 20 games or 18 games aren't against playoff teams. Like, that's brutal. That is absolutely brutal. The Kings are already a little bit looking from the outside in. Their only hope is that, they can be a little bit like the Beam team was and come out early and surprise some teams like you kind of listed initially, like you had them starting off pretty well. I think there is the at Phoenix against Utah. Granted, it's 2-0, but starting with one foot in front of the other, I think is absolutely going to be the key to start the season. If you can get some positive momentum, it's still the NBA. Like, anything can happen any given night. OKC, you can face them early in the season, and maybe they're still a little bit on a hangover that early. I don't know. I'm just saying there is ways in which it can go better than what we anticipate. And I think in general, with the players and the amount of talent that they have on the roster, they have the capabilities of, like we've said, like every single night being competitive. And who knows? That can lead you to around 40 wins or 40 plus wins. But I just think that, it's even with that being the sky high ceiling, like I think it's the ultimate problem that we walked into the offseason with. And that's, what are we doing here, right? It's okay. Even if we are living in positive fantasy land, and we'll say the Kings get 45 wins. You mentioned it in the second 2 segments ago. 36-year-old DeMar DeRozan, 36-year-old Russell Westbrook. You have Domantas Sabonis pushing 30. You have all these guys. Like I don't know exactly what your roster is building towards for next season if you're successful this season. Like it's tough to believe that you would say, okay, hey, we were much better than we were last year. Let's roll this thing back, and Russ and DeMar and all these guys that surprised everybody last year will just like we'll run it back. Like there's just no way that's the right path for this team. So I think in a weird way, like I think everybody already knows it, but I do think losing will lead this team into a direction that they need to go. I think the problem is that they did. I mean, right, like it's what we all knew. Like they should have tanked. They should have. The reason why everyone wanted the Kings to get rid of DeMar wasn't so that they could get better players back. Yeah. It was so that they would suck and lean into a rebuild. And I think that's ultimately what this season, this schedule is leading me to believe, is that they are going to be forced. And it's the problem with all of this. You would like to be handed a rebuild. You would like to rebuild yourself by choice. They are going to be forced into a rebuild.
Which you should have done it during the Aaron trade, but
100%.
I'm dying laughing at just you started by like trying to help Allen, like, oh, this could go okay.
Yeah.
And by the end, you're like, you know what? It's probably good if they lose.
I think I flipped.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
I think this is the best news.
It is. I'm telling you.
You know where I'm at? I'm gonna show you where I'm at right
for
now.
them to lose.
No, I'm
you're
just so mad.
You're on mock drafts,
baby.
We're literally going through the stages
Carlos
of grief
Boozer's
in
son.
real time.
Yeah.
Look, give me AJ
Cameron
DeBanza.
Bruiser.
AJ DeBanza, come on down.
There you go.
Darren Peterson, come on down.
Why not?
I
love that you call him the good boozer too. That's just so funny.
Babatunde, he reclassified Babatunde. He can come on down.
Oh yeah, the 18-year-old.
Michael Brown, the good boozer. They got him going to New Orleans. Caleb,
is there a story we don't like Carlos Boozer?
No. There's twins. There's twins,
so
and there is a boozer that's a top 5 pick, and there's a
best.
boozer that's like going to get picked in the 30s.
This is like Cooper Flag.
Yes, I would compare it more to like a Blake Griffin in a Tyler Griffin situation.
The other one is
twin.
He has an older brother who's like a year
did play
or two.
there.
The other boozer's not even on.
I see
here.
what you're saying.
Yeah, the other one is going to get drafted just probably in after 4 years of college basketball.
Yeah,
it's
the
like
other boozer's
it's
not
the
even
Porter Juniors, you know.
There you go.
It just,
one loves women, one loves gambling.
Different vices.
AJ DeBanza, 6'9", 210.
There you go.
Someone's gonna tune into the show. Why aren't they talking about the schedule, brother?
We are. Let me tell you, we are.
What you don't know.
Just a random note. So they have 8 national TV games. I'm going to put in air quotes because Peacock counts on that. Just for reference, the Lakers and Warriors both have 34.
Oh my goodness.
Honestly, 8's not a horrible number.
Well, I think it's now considering that
Kings?
there's 4 different options to have national television.
That's also true.
Is it also worse that by having 8, it means 4 games this year, you guys are going to have to stay until midnight at Golden One Center because it starts at 8 p.m. local time?
How many games are that late?
8 p.m. is crazy.
There's at least 3.
I got 2 kids. I won't be there. You think I'm gonna be there?
Yeah, I think you're gonna be there
after they go 3 and 7. I said
there are 4 games that start at 8 p.m.
And
how many are at home?
I believe 4.
They're all on
3.
They're all on Tuesdays.
Come on, man.
They're all on
Tuesdays, late night Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Somebody
Tuesday matinee.
Light my beam on Twitter is trying to make me feel better. At least the end of our season looks rather easy. It's over. No, it's over.
The reality is that's when they play the Eastern Conference.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
And
100%.
that's where they're going to be favored, is the bottom portion of the East. The Western Conference, they have 2 teams on any given night that they're probably going to be favored against.
Yep.
Right. Portland and Utah. I don't
Phoenix
know.
Maybe, yeah.
Phoenix, maybe. Yeah. They're probably like close to on par with Phoenix in my mind. But there's only 2 teams in their conference that I feel like they should be favored every single night against. And that's why the schedule is just going to be tough.
Look, they are in a situation now where I do not think that they will have to worry about, oh my goodness, we've overperformed. Should we go get somebody else? I don't think the Kings will have to worry about that.
Or
Agreed.
they win some games and it's just an even harsher overreaction.
Or they win some of those games, but they're still 3 games below 500. So then we're just stuck in purgatory of like,
But we beat the Thunder. But we beat the Thunder 2 times,
and we have such an easy end of the season.
No, I'm like seeing my future, and I can't do this.
This is definitely your future, brother.
This is why I didn't want to see the stupid schedule. This is why I did not want to see the schedule. All I needed to see were the first 20 games. Tell me everything I need to know. That's it. That's it.
What were they? Were they around first in the East when Chicago had their little run for like the first 25, 30 games of the season? Was Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan and Lonzo Ball.
2 years
and
ago?
Lonzo Ball, yeah. I'm just saying. They had a crazy start to their season. They were also playing in the Eastern Conference. Their schedule probably didn't look like this.
Oh, you mean the team that won 1 playoff game at the end?
Hey, we're talking about the beginning of the season.
Remember when the Jazz did that? When was that?
Yeah.
That was the first Markkanen season.
Yeah.
So that was the Beam Team season.
Cameron Boozer.
Is that the good one or the bad one?
That is. I can't even find the bad one.
So what do you think the Kings were last year through 20 games?
Ooh. Well, Mike got fired at 30 or 31.
Yeah, we can do 30 as well.
No, we'll do 20. Okay. I would say the Kings, they've never ran too far away from 500.
You're never going to believe this. Guess what the 30th game is? Home against the Pistons.
Oh,
God.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Doug, don't go. Don't go. It's like
20.
Interstellar. Don't do
it. It's the Interstellar meme.
I'm going to say
8 and 12.
Yeah, I was going to say 8 and 12.
Last season, the first 20 games, they were 9 and 11.
Okay.
That
Some
20th
bad
game was
there.
a loss to Portland, so they could have been 10 and 10 if you go there. So they were 8 and 6 and then slid to 9 and 11.
There's a lot of injuries. Remember, Jay Crowder spot started a game in there.
They won that game.
The season after Beam Team, through 20 games, they were 12 and 8. A lot of people remember that season being disappointing. 12 and 8, I think a lot of people would take at this point. And then on the Beam Team season itself, through 20 games, they were 11 and 9. So actually a little bit of a later start. I don't know if you remember, they lost their first 4 games that season.
Would you say 12 and 8? Hey, 11 and 9, you could still be a 3 seed.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
No.
I need them to lose the first 20.
Okay.
Just set the tone early.
Yeah. I'm down
So
to do
you've
more
completely
drafts.
flipped.
Just set the tone. I'm kidding. I don't really want them to lose.
What
I
is
don't
gonna-
want to be in. It's not
Dennis
that I want them
Schroeder's
to
not
lose.
gonna let
I
that
just don't
happen.
want them to be in purgatory. That's what I don't want.
Knowing the schedule now, I don't want to do the show the day after they lose opening night to Phoenix. Because then you're going to be like, oh, it's over.
No, that can't happen. Or AJ DeBanza.
Yeah. I wonder, how it's going to be with the I guess you could say backloaded easy schedule. Like
That scares me
in terms
too.
of narrative, like there will be some momentum heading into the
Post All-Star
offseason,
break.
into post All-Star, which I think in general is a positive. You know, regardless of, let's say the Kings are 10 games below 500 heading into All-Star break, I do think usually All-Star break is a time to kind of mentally shift as well. Maybe you make that mental shift into more of the, we'll call them the Rico Hines 5 or whatever. I don't know. We got to come up with something for it. But like the
Or you
Devin
made
Carters, those guys, like you have an opportunity there to kind of lean into youth. And if the Kings start not even winning, they could win at the same pace, but it's with younger players. I wonder if maybe emotionally it feels different, because I think that's part of the problem too, is we're going to be out there either winning with vets or losing with vets. I think people would much rather obviously win with young players, or if you're losing with young players, you can at least say there's some sort of
They're learning.
value in it. Like I think the problem emotionally right now with this team is fans feel like, again, what are we doing? What's the purpose of all this? What are we building towards if we're just playing a bunch of guys who are already either in their prime or post prime?
All right, 35.5. Over under.
I'll do over. I think it's just a pretty low number. I think we're talking like 38.
Okay.
No invade 36.
They better go on a run.
I think it's gonna be a late run. That's how it always is.
It is.
Late cover, backdoor cover.
To your point, they're going to just barely miss out on that
Yeah.
coin flip and get Davion
No,
Mitchell
come
instead
on,
of
man.
Franz Wagner,
Stop that. Now
man.
you got to go. All right. Chris Watkins, Brendan Nunez. Be sure to follow them on social media. The best digital team out there doing it for Sacktown Sports. When we return, let's open up the phone lines. Have you got a chance to look at the schedule? How you feeling about it? Make me feel better or worse. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for the Make This the Summer sales event?
Now is the time to enjoy all California has to offer, and what better way than a brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler? And right now you can save up to $10,000 off MSRP. Don't miss your chance to save on one of America's best-selling SUVs.
And what is this I hear about 50 vehicles under $20,000?
Yes, at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter, we have nearly 200 vehicles in stock, including Hemis, diesels, heavy duties, 4x4s, and 50 under $20,000. So whatever you're looking for, you can find it at Hoblet. We're a fifth-generation family dealer, and when you buy from Hoblet, you're treated like family because you become family. Don't miss our award-winning customer service and some of the best prices you will find on the truck of your dreams.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. 10,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon X after 5,000 factory rebates and 5,000 dealer discounts. 3 this net savings. Sample VIN 622117. See dealer for details.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Mark your calendars for a stacked lineup of live shows. It all starts August 23rd with Gypsy Kings at Hard Rock Live Sacramento and Super Soul Fest featuring Jeffrey Osborne at Thunder Valley. Then get ready to laugh with Weird Al Yankovic at the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic on August 24th and comedian Taylor Tomlinson at Thunder Valley on August 29th. Flashback to the ultimate throwback but lost 80s rewind at Thunder Valley on August 31st. And Fight Night fans, don't miss Thunder Showdown Boxing on September 6th, also at Thunder Valley. Country star Darius Rucker takes the stage at the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic on September 13th, followed by comedian legend Eddie Griffin on September 19th, and Classic Rockers 38 Special on September 21st, both at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Then it's Keith Sweat at Hard Rock Live Sacramento October 5th. And country fans, see David Nail live at Goldfield Roseville October 9th. Get your tickets now and find more info at sacktownsports.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, the A's have played better than 500 baseball since the end of June, and one reason, improved starting pitching. And now that Luis Severino is on the IL, rookies comprise 4/5 of that rotation, including 22-year-old Luis Morales, a consensus top 5 prospect in the A's organization.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
KHD-KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Little duffel bad boy. Give money. 916-339-1140. Phone lines are open. Have you got a chance to look at the schedule yet? We're taking you through it. Thanks again to Chris Watkins and Brendan Nunez. They are trying to make us feel better or make me feel better. I don't know how I feel right now, man. This is going to take a while to process.
You're going through the stages of grief in real time.
It's going to take 9, like Kyle said, 9 national TV games. Okay. Washington, the Wizards have 2. The Jazz have 2. The Raptors have 2. The Blazers have 8. Sacramento has 9, along with Phoenix with 9. The Sixers with 14. The Magic with 14. Pelicans have 2. The Heat have 5. Dang. The Heat have 5. Indiana has 9. Dang. Charlotte 3. Chicago 3. Brooklyn 2. Yeah, I mean, that's very much a, hey, you got DeMar, you got Zach LaVine. We'll give you 9. Right? There's some respect there. Not a lot, because you look at Boston 25, Cleveland 24, Dallas 23, Denver 26, Golden State 34, Houston 28, Clippers 21, Lakers 34, Memphis got 10, Milwaukee 18, Minnesota 28, the Knicks 34. Man, Oklahoma City 34. They're the champs. Orlando 14, and the Spurs 22. So, I mean, it all makes sense. I think Orlando having 14, that's a little surprising. Philly 14 as well. Indiana just falls off the face of the earth with no Tyrese. And they still gave Boston 25. So I think it's a little light. They could have gotten the Kings to 14. But personally, I don't know about y'all, but the Kings national TV games just give me anxiety. Right? That first year in 2023, 2024, it was fun because they swept the Lakers. I'll never forget, we were at an event for Matt George and Locked On Kings. And that was a lot of fun because we had a watch party there. But basically, ever since that moment, the Kings, and no, let me rephrase, the play-in with the Warriors, they had a couple games where they whooped on the Warriors on national TV. That was fun. But for the most part, Kings national TV just gives me anxiety, and they get whooped. It feels like they get whooped.
Well, you missed the Beam Team season when they put up 153 on the Nets during a national TV game, which is always pretty cool. But I've got good news for you if you are feeling anxious about it. Of their 9 national TV games, 5 of them will be at 8 p.m. on NBC. So the East Coast people will not be watching the Kings national TV games because they start at 11 o'clock Eastern time.
That's crazy. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting season in general with everything and how it's kind of evolved. And, with all the difference in rights and NBC coming back into the fray. So it's definitely going to be different as far as that's concerned. But yeah, those 20 games, and we were having some fun with Chris Watkins and Brendan Nunez in the building, but I really don't feel great. I really don't. I am just a big proponent of getting started on the right foot, if that's what you're trying to do. Now, that there's an angel and devil on my shoulders at all times, and I think a lot of people would say the devil would be the tanking conversation, and the angel would be, hey, let's try to get the 7-8 seed and sneak into the playoffs. So at all times, I'm a bit conflicted. I just really don't want to be in the middle. I really can't. I cannot be. And I'm saying this after a couple of years. I know y'all feel the same way.
Yeah, the other part of it is like, so let's say first of all, they don't have a lot of back-to-backs too, which is a nice pick-me-up. But like, let's say they get off to a below-average start, but they're still the 10-11 seed in the West. You're going to be able to kind of convince yourself either way. I feel like you were kind of rooting for like, by 30 games in, we will know what direction they should go, which I just don't think that's how the NBA works. Like any game before December 31st really doesn't matter. But now in a world where the trade deadline is the moment where you have to make the big transactions, you kind of got to know what a team is in the first. Essentially, you break the season into 3 chunks, kind of like the Kings did last year.
No, I hear you. And look, I'm gonna say a team here because this is something that we've seen them do. Now, one of these years they won the whole thing, right? So I'm not saying that this is gonna happen again at all. But the Warriors are famous for hot starts, and I really think that it saved them a couple times. Now, in 2022, they did end up winning the whole thing, so we can kind of ignore that. They had the hot start. Clay re-entered the fray. They struggled towards the end. They ended up holding on to whatever they were, the 3 seed, I think. More recently, and I'm not talking about champion, I'm just talking about making the playoffs. And the Warriors had to go to the play-in, but they were at the top end. The Warriors, DeAnthony Melton was playing like Kobe Bryant, and the Warriors had an extremely hot start. DeAnthony Melton tears his ACL. Dennis Schroeder stunk. They fell off a cliff, but you could argue that they still somewhat survived because of that hot start. They were able to stay on the top end of the play-in, and they got 2 chances to get into the dance, and they were the 7 seed. So I know you can't control these things, but I'm just illustrating how important I feel the first 20 games are.
No, that's totally fair. And you can point to examples of the Denver Nuggets when they won the championship. They were first place from November until April. The Thunder last year were first place from October to April. So you do get a good gauge about who the best teams are. It just, in this new NBA where the trade deadline is the moment when so many teams make big picture changes.
Yeah.
It's hard to draw so much from those first few games in terms of a league-wide situation. Now, if you're talking about the Kings, it matters a lot because essentially it's like, hey, no, Zach LaVine could get moved. DeRozan could get moved. They're trying to move Malik Monk. If the right Domantas Sabonis offer comes along, maybe they're more apt to consider it. You know, like the Kings are in this limbo where it's like you have to prove that this team is worth or worthy of being kept together. So those first 20, 30 games really do matter because Scott Perry's a new general manager. They're evaluating everything. And if this group, you know, the interim beam team, as we were calling it, doesn't work, then you're talking about the Kuminga deals. And we're talking about the same types of trades that we are right now becoming easier to execute at the deadline when DeRozan's contract is more expiring and teams are trying to move the Chris Middletons and the CJ McCollums and everything else of the world.
Yeah, if you look at this and you say, hey, if they stink those first 20 games, then obviously reality will hit them quickly. It's if they keep their head above water, like Brendan was saying, and then, you know, they're 10, 11 seed, and hey, it's going to get much easier on the back end. That's just the same, I don't want to say trick, but that's how we've been bamboozled before. 916-339-1140. Let's go to Ken, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Ken? What you got for us?
Hey, man, what's up, gentlemen, man? I'm not gonna call it a clown, man, but y'all are like a circus today, man. Why y'all clowning the team, man? How would you feel if you the team listening to y'all saying what they not gonna do? The season's not even started yet, man. Detroit Pistons, man, everybody was talking about them, how they wasn't gonna be who they were, man. Mm-hmm. And they stepped up, man. They was a complete 180 team, but what everybody was saying about them, man. But man, how you talking about the Kings and laughing and like if I was the Kings listening to y'all, man, I'd be like, man, what's up, fellas?
Well, honestly, Ken, I hope they are. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Man, but but y'all on the radio, man. So y'all should be motivating us, man.
Thank you for the call, Ken. That's not my job. I do not get paid to motivate. I do not get paid to motivate the Kings. I get paid to give my opinion.
What you want us to do? Lie to you?
I get paid to give my opinion. Okay? I saw the first 20 games. I don't think the Kings are going to be very good through those first 20 games. I hope I'm wrong. Actually, I hope I'm very wrong. Because if I'm only kind of wrong and they're 9-11 or whatever it is, we're stuck in purgatory again. So I hope they are listening, honestly. I hope when I go out there for media day, they got some slick things to say to me. Okay, then prove it. That's kind of what we've been missing from the Kings. When they were getting dog walked against the Mavericks, they don't care what Allen Stiles is saying. That's why they got dog walked by the Mavericks at home by 20 with no Kyrie in a play-in game. I hope they are listening. Good. 916-339-1140. It is not my job to motivate the Kings. And I'm definitely not going to lie. Y'all know I don't lie. If I thought the first 20 games looked good, they look good. The reality is we don't know. You driving in your car, you can sit there and say you don't know how it's going to go. This is my job. I can't say I don't know and sit in silence for 4 hours. But I'm also not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. This is my opinion. You don't have to disagree with it, but I'm not paid by the Kings. A lot of people seem to get confused. We have a deal with the Kings. We play their games. We are the home of the Sacramento Kings, of your Sacramento Kings, but I don't get paid by the Kings. It's not my job to motivate them. It's my job to give my opinion. And as a listener, you can agree or disagree with it, but I don't have to if the Kings need my motivation, that's a problem. That's a problem. I hope I tick them off.
Maybe the fans need your motivation.
I hope I tick them off.
Or maybe just Ken needs your motivation.
Look, man, 916-339-1140. This is how I feel when I looked at the schedule. That's how I feel. And I was looking, Kyle, Tankathon hasn't updated yet. We will get the strength of schedules. Hopefully it updates by tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we will have that for you.
I mean, the strength of schedules are kind of hard right now just because, all the East teams are going to have easier strength of schedules because they're playing more East teams.
I hope I'm wrong. I truly, like I said, I hope I'm very wrong, not kind of wrong. I don't want to be kind of wrong. I hope I am way off the mark. And to Ken's point, look, the Pistons, that is what happened to the Pistons. I think it's easier to do that in the Eastern Conference, but he could pull that off. He could pull that off, or they could, I should say. The Kings could. We'll see. But my first thought, 20 games, you got the Oklahoma City Thunder 3 times. You got Denver 3 times in the first 20 games.
So I'm just reading it here because they also play the Warriors in there too. So they play one of the last 4 champions, half of their first 15 games. Because you got Warriors champions, Nuggets champions, and now OKC. So good luck. And the Lakers.
Yeah.
And at Milwaukee.
Look, if the Kings, I'm the one who said Kings are going to go 13-7. And I'm still trying to will them to 12-8. I'm still trying to will them to 12-8. But with that being said, if I am wrong, because obviously I don't feel like that. I'm trying to will them to 12-8, 13-7, because that was my initial prediction. And then I saw this gauntlet of a first 20 games. But if I am wrong as far as my feelings today, and y'all are going to call in and text in and say, Allen, you were wrong. You know what I'm going to say? Good. I'm glad I was wrong. I'm glad I was completely off the mark. I hope they do what the Pistons do. I hope they do. I truly, obviously that's good for me. Spoiler alert, more of y'all listen when the Kings are good. When they're bad, you'll tune in for a little bit, hear Allen complain, yell about Vivek, and then you tune out. I need the Kings to be good. Why do you think I'm so annoyed at this? That's it. That's it. What you got, Kyle?
Well, good news that in those first 20 games, 4 against the Suns and Jazz.
Excuse me?
4 of their first 20 games are Suns and Jazz, so that's 4 wins right there.
We think.
So if we're framing it that way, all they have to do is go 8-8 the rest of the way.
That's all you got to do.
8-8, and Allen will be right.
That's all you got to do.
And don't trick one off against the Phoenix Suns.
That's honestly the one that worries me, because the Suns. That's the thing about when you're on the bottom, the lower tier. Other teams, I know they say everyone plays better against the top. You raise your level of competition. On the other side, they will say you've lowered your level of competition. Everybody says that. I get that, all right. I also would say that teams that aren't very good are going to play harder against teams they think they have a chance on, right? If you are the Jazz, you are the Blazers, you are the Spurs, you are the Suns, Now the Jazz just aren't going to be good enough. But those teams that they can try, but
Ace Bailey can try.
They can try.
And then Domantas Sabonis is going to be it.
But those teams that are around the Kings, it is going to be a will of these are the games we have to win.
I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on that stuff because, I
do.
You are right, but we don't gotta do that. The bigger point I would say is they are going to have a hard schedule to begin the season, and many people would make the caveat, well, that means the schedule is going to get easier later, and they are correct. From I think March 3rd until April 3rd, I believe they only play 2 playoff teams from last year, and most of those are at home. So, or I shouldn't say most, it's a healthy split, but still, you're going to get an easier break at the end of the season. The problem is, and we mentioned it briefly with Chris, that team might not be together at that point.
Yeah.
Right? This is your prove it window because at the trade deadline, if the Pistons are the 4 seed and all of a sudden they're offering Jalen Duren, Jaden Ivey, 3 first-round picks for Domantas Sabonis, and the Kings are 12 and 20, they got to kind of look up and say, hey, what direction are we going with this? Or, DeRozan will have more value. Or, if they land Kuminga, it's time to give Kuminga that runway, right? This group is not guaranteed past February. So looking beyond February's schedule is difficult because you have no idea what version of the team is going to be together. And if they win out the gate, most of these problems are going to get solved because they will be a competitive team. No need to break it up. They will have figured something out.
Yeah, we are. Look, and Ken is on the chat now. He says, not the team, Alan, the radio listeners. The team is grown man business. They have to motivate themselves. I have that much common sense. Don't make me seem stupid. Ken, nobody is trying to make you seem stupid. I would never do that. To be fair, I didn't know whether you were talking about the team or the listeners. But even as far as the listeners are concerned, Carmichael Dave told me this. And I'll open up here. Carmichael Dave, he's kind of mentored me a little bit, right? Since I've kind of joined the station, and all the hosts do. But Dave and I will have conversations. Dave said the number one thing is you have to be authentic, right? So I am always going to tell y'all how I actually feel. I'm not going to tell you I feel good about the Kings. The truth is we don't know. We don't know what the Kings are going to do. Obviously, we don't know what they're going to do for the first 5 games, 10, 15, 20. We don't know what they're going to do. How I feel right now on this mic in this moment is what it is my job and what I get paid to do, to share to you. You can agree with it. You can disagree with it. That's your prerogative. We can call in, have a conversation, but I do not have, my job is not to motivate in this situation Kings fans to feel better about it, because I would rather set the bar low and have people say, Allen, and let's not forget, I'm the guy that came in here when it was Stiles and Watkins. I said, I think the Kings are going to be the 3 seed again. I had egg on my face. They were the 9 seed. This next season, I was one of the, and I know it was a lot of us, I was one of the people, hey, this DeMar DeRozan thing, y'all being disrespectful. This is a Hall of Famer. They're going to figure it out. Mike Brown, Domantas Sabonis. There's a reason De'Aaron Fox wanted DeMar to join the crew. And some of that is not even on the fault of the players and coach because they just didn't get a lot of time. But they didn't get off to a good start. And we know how that thing ended, right? We don't need to rehash that. But my point is, I've always been optimistic. Or these last couple of seasons, I've been optimistic going into the season, and I've been burned twice. So here we are, year 3 for me. I'm looking at the schedule. This is how I feel. They got the champs 3 times. I would rather be wrong. And Allen, you were wrong. They're really good, and they're better than what everybody thought, right? I would rather get those calls than, Allen, you said they were going to be good. You gave us hope and they stink. Because the truth is, I don't know. All I know is based on win percentage and based on what we've seen from this team. And I know Dennis Schroeder's going to get added. But what we've seen from the other teams, to be completely honest with you, it's going to be tough sledding. Now, they do have Chicago mixed in there. They do have, like I said, Atlanta mixed in there, to Kyle's point of going 8-8 if they take care of business. They got Memphis. Y'all know I'm not big on Memphis either. They got the Spurs. I think they can beat the Spurs. So they're going to survive. We were having a little bit of fun with it as well. So they're going to survive, right? I just don't know what it's going to look like. And if they don't survive, and if they don't go 12-8 or 13-7, you're going to find yourself doing the same thing you were doing last season, where you're chasing. And okay, are we going to make this move, that move? That's all it is. But you see Oklahoma City 3 times in 20 games, Denver 3 times. That's 6 games out of 20 against the defending champs and Jokic. Then you mix in the Warriors, you mix in the Lakers, Minnesota twice as well. It's tough. It's tough. I'm not saying they're going to lose every game. Just saying, hey, it doesn't look good. That's my initial thoughts on it. On the other side, let's keep the conversation going. 916-339-1140. Call line and text line out south, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay $0 up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Golf.com's Josh Sands offers 5 common golf course maintenance mistakes and tips to correct them. You've hit the green, and to fix your divot, you jam your tool underneath the bowl mark and lift the soil, but the right way is to circle the edges of the mark with your tool, gently pulling the turf toward the center. Second, when fixing divots in the fairway, fill it with sand until it's level with surrounding turf, and gently smooth it with your foot. Third, when the course imposes the 90-degree rule, it means to stay on the cart path until you can turn at a right angle to your ball, minimizing wear and tear on the turf. 4, when you're driving on the course, proceed at a modest pace and avoid staked and roped off areas. Avoid sharp turns, wet turf, bunker edges, tees, and greens. The superintendent will applaud you. 5, in a bunker, rake the sand smoothly and exit as you entered from the low side. Tap the sand from your shoes and leave it as if you weren't there. And now that you know, make sure your foursome knows as well. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Okay. So I've taken a beat. Ken and I, we were talking on Sack Chat. I appreciate Kenny calls in. And I appreciate everybody that calls in. 530 says, Allen, why are you backpedaling? I said, how did I backpedal? They said it would have been good for you to just double down and say they got 13 and 7 in the bag, LOL. I said, I can't lie.
I mean, you can.
I'm not gonna lie. Look,
Ken wants you to lie.
When I was on with Chris and Brendan, I found a way to get to 12-8. I willed the Kings to 12-8. It's there.
You just said the Lakers would be fighting with each other and the Warriors would be fighting with each other.
It's there, right? And look, I want to say they got 13 and 7. I want to say it. But I want to say it and believe it. I don't know if I believe it right now. Look, we still got time. Kyle, let's give ourselves a deadline on this, okay? Allen has to either be all in on 13 and 7 or not by what time? By when? Training camp?
When is game 19?
Game 19?
Yeah, by game 19, you got to make up your mind.
No. I will make it up before the first game tips off.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. You've already made up your mind. There's no way you're going to be able to get to 13 and 7 unless you see some Maxime Reynaud highlights from those runs.
I could get there. Don't let the preseason be popping. Literally, let's just say before the first game.
Okay.
Allen will either stand on business or not.
At some point here, and it's gonna be awful radio, but at some point we're just gonna go through all 82 and just make you just real quick win, loss, win, loss.
We are not doing that. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to anybody. But real quick, I saw this on the text line, and it made me. Or it was either in the chat or the text line, but basically they said, "Hey, Allen, you got to feel like most Western Conference teams feel the same way." Right, because the Western Conference is a juggernaut. So who else am I going to look up but the Golden State Warriors and their first 20 games? Because I do think it's a good point. So I looked it up, Kyle, just quickly. I'm trying to confirm what they have compared to what the Kings have. Obviously, they start against the Lakers. Right after that, they get the Nuggets, okay? They get a little breather with the Trailblazers and the Grizzlies. Then they get the Clippers. They get Milwaukee, another breather against, they get Indiana, and then they get Phoenix, and then they get Sacramento. Okay.
breather stretch.
Man, then they get Denver. They do get Denver again. Then they get Indiana again. They play Indiana twice in the first 20 games. Then they finally get Oklahoma City. They have a mini series against the Spurs. Never mind. They get a mini series against the Spurs. Then they get New Orleans, Orlando, Miami, Portland, Utah, and then Houston at number 20. And after that, 21, they get New Orleans. Now, the only thing I'm going to say is that my assumption, because I'm not going to go through it, in March, they probably have a really tough stretch somewhere.
All right, I'm just going to pick a random team to try and match this with you. Let's go Houston Rockets. I have not looked at their schedule, but I'm just going to go quickly through here. So Oklahoma City opening night, then they got Detroit, bad, Brooklyn, easy, Toronto, easy, Boston, who knows, Dallas, Memphis, San Antonio, Milwaukee's tough, Washington, easy, Portland, easy, Orlando, Cleveland, Denver, and then Phoenix, Golden State, and 2 Utahs. So Houston's schedule much easier than the Kings in the first 20
Warriors.
games. Yeah.
And the Warriors. Look, man, are you trying to get me to put my tinfoil hat on?
No.
Are we talking collusion here? Collusion against to make sure the good teams with Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, they all get off on the right foot because we all know how important it is first 20 games.
The collusion just might be based on when Disney on Ice comes to Golden One Center, because that's a lot of how the schedule gets made. Is just based on when they have to move games away from the home arenas.
This is ridiculous. Okay, so I don't feel better because the Warriors have a much easier first 20 games, and the Rockets do as well.
Do we want to try another team?
No.
You're already feeling bad enough?
I'm good.
Let's see
here's the
where
thing.
Memphis is at.
Here's the thing. 530 says, optimistic Allen. Come back anytime. Don't underestimate his mood swings. Look, optimistic Allen will make a return. Okay? I don't know if optimistic Allen is coming back today. But here's a little sample of optimistic Allen. And Brendan kind of led into this. If they do keep their head above water in the first 20 games, number one, they're definitely gonna have some good wins because of who they're up against. So that will give them a level of confidence going into the rest of the season.
I guess I think we're overthinking it, which I guess is sports radio, so whatever. But I think this is the problem with having such a short window of time with your current roster, right? Because under normal circumstances, you would say we have a 2-year window, so we're not worried about a single month of the season. But the way that the Sacramento Kings have operated is that they've shortened the timelines on so many of these windows that come February or come January, they might be looking to shop major pieces of the team, either for upgrades or downgrades, and that's just a really short-sighted philosophy, and that's why it's problematic and why we have to care about how many tough teams are in the first 2 months of the schedule.
Right, but you're not saying that from an Allen standpoint. You're saying that from the standpoint of this is what we've seen from the Kings, and based on the team that has been created, that's why the first 20 games for the Hornets don't matter the same way. The first 20 games for the Hornets, the first 20 games for the Blazers, for the Spurs, because they know what they're going to do.
Exactly.
The Kings don't know what they're going to do, which is why the first 20 games matter so much.
Which is why I want to say that we're overreacting, and then I think about it, and it's like, well, maybe that actually does matter. Last year, they were 30 games in, and they blew up the entire experiment.
You know how you always like to say, thank you. You finally joined me, Allen. Thank you, Kyle. You finally joined me.
Yeah, I hate that I have, but I have.
It's not how I want it. It's not how I'd love to enjoy all 82. That's just not, I don't think this team is built for that. To be fair, I don't necessarily know what this team is built for.
I'm realizing that we might also be having PTSD from last season where I'm like, every 30 games they made a major transaction. I don't want to have to worry about that.
No, every 30 games the sun sets in a different way. My question would be if they are the 10 seed at the trade deadline, I truly do not know what they would do. Initially, and especially after talking to Brendan Nunes and his sit down with Scott Perry. Initially, I thought that it would be a matter of, okay, cool. They're going to, like we said, and Chris was joking, the Rico Hines gym. The Rico Hines 5 is going to start. Nick Clifford, Keon. They're going to move on from DeMar DeRozan for Terry Rozier. They'll get the picks. They're not going to try to bring in somebody who is, 28 years old, and they're going to take their medicine and go get AJ DeBansa and go from there. Now I truly don't know. We could have some conversations where the questionable decisions that are masked or shopped to us as all in, that could still be a thing. That is what I don't know. I thought initially my feeling on it was if they're 9-10, I think Scott Perry is just going to do the thing. Now, I would rather them just do nothing. If you're 9-10, just do nothing and reassess at the end of the season. But do not try to hybrid buy and compound this thing to get the 7th seed.
I guess you don't want to make short-sighted buys.
I would not do that.
Scott Perry doesn't seem to be very concerned with that necessarily. I guess the question would be, are they the 10 or 11 seed with Kuminga or without Kuminga? Because I feel like how that saga ends up playing out will make me feel differently about what they do at the deadline.
That deadline would be different because handshake agreement, DeMar would probably already be gone.
See, and that's kind of my thought, right? Are they going to is this the team that's going to make it to December 15th, right? Are they going to make a move in between now and December 15th, or is this gluttony of guards the group that we have? Because if that's the case, then I think regardless of whether they're the 4 seed or the 14 seed, they're going to make a move at the deadline for one of the major pieces of the team. But if they already make that move before we ever get to training camp, then I feel like it's a different conversation. But again, I hate that it's such a short-sighted conversation when we're talking about these things.
But at that point, we would just reassess everything. Everything that I just said the last hour wouldn't matter anymore at that point because it would be a new team. That's like talking about the De'Aaron Fox Kings in 2024, 2025. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I mean, last year we went through 5 different iterations of this team, at least 3 major ones. There was the pre-Mike Brown. I would even say before there was pre-Malik starting, there was post-Malik starting, there was post-Mike Brown getting fired, then there was the Doug Christie with De'Aaron Fox, then there was Doug Christie without De'Aaron Fox interim beam team, and then they ended up firing Monty McNair. So it was like there were so many different iterations of the team last year that I think we're getting a little PTSD of like, well, 25 games in, they have to prove themselves or else they're going to make dramatic changes again because that's literally what they did last year every 25 games.
916-339-1140. Whitey Gleason joins us to close out the show. Maybe he will get us back on the objective track. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Time now for your Sactown Sports 1140 49ers report, brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, conveniently located beside the Vacaville outlets. The Niners lost their first preseason game to Denver 30-9 on Saturday night. Few of the starters played for Mike Shanahan's team. Mac Jones started at quarterback and drove the team down the field for a game-opening TV drive. However, that was all the offensive scoring for San Francisco. Next up for the Niners, they play in Vegas this Saturday afternoon. It's a 1 p.m. kickoff right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for the Make This the Summer sales event?
Right now, save up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 crew cabs. The Motor Trend 2025 Truck of the Year.
What about all those hard-to-find heavy duties?
Right now, save up to $11,000 off MSRP on the hard-to-find brand new 2025 Ram Heavy Duties. You won't find a better selection of new Rams in California, with over 400 new Rams available and more on the way.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet. period. 15,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorns after 83.16 factory rebates and 66.84 dealer discounts. Rebates include 10% below MSRP. 2,000 Stellantis financial bonus cash. Must finance with Stellantis. 500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. 11,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 2500 Limited after 2,500 factory rebates and 8,500 dealer discount. Rebates include 500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. At least 5 at each net savings. Not everyone will qualify for all rebates. See dealer for details.
High Voltage live boxing action returns to the venue on September 6th as Uppercut Promotions presents 6 big fights featuring undefeated fighters. Thunder Showdown September 6th at the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets at Ticketmaster. Fight cards subject to change.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Whitey Gleason joins us.
What'd you think, Alan? You're supposed to be this hitting guru. I just had Kyle throw me the little wiffle ball golf ball. I had a golf club.
Yeah.
I'm using the handle. Swing and a miss, and a line drive up the middle. What'd you think? Left-handed. What'd you think?
Yeah, it was good. You gotta stay inside the baseball a little bit more. A little top spin. We like backspin here, but it was pretty good.
Right up the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, right up the middle.
Yeah. I kind of hit him in a bad spot.
In the stones.
In the package.
Oh. I didn't know which one.
That was not intentional.
It was. It was.
So
Just
yeah,
up there trying to get a piece.
I
not
gave
of his package.
Gave Whitey an underhand toss, and he returned the favor by hitting me directly in the package.
Line drive base hit.
All right, Whitey.
Yeah.
It's out.
The schedule's out, Alan. Hallelujah.
I feel like how I approach the schedule and how you and Draper approach the schedule probably very different.
Now, why would you say that? Kyle Draper's not here today.
Because I've already traded. They've already imploded at the deadline.
Here was my favorite thing you said about the schedule. You said, well, the Kings will beat the Warriors and go to 6-3 because the Warriors won't be ready. Kyle says, won't be ready for what? You go, that's right. That was my favorite moment of your schedule rundown.
Oh, man. That was a good one. That was a good one. Wow.
Did you see that the LA Clippers have 18 games in March? That's the most they've had in 1 month since Chris Paul was there the first time. They have, the Clippers are kind of an older team. Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
They have in March, they have 5 games in 7 days twice.
5 games in 7 days. Yeah, but
the Clippers.
Well, we did a segment yesterday, most likely thing to happen, and we had a list.
Yes, I heard.
Yeah, and the only reason the Clippers popped into my mind is because Bradley Beal said, "I'm here to get a ring," and I don't know, a lot of people say that, and a lot of players say that, but I was trying to make sure, hey, are we not giving the Clippers enough respect? But look, Kawhi, he was healthy after he missed the first quarter of the season, if you will. James Harden had a crazy season that really nobody cared about. And sure, you add Bradley Beal, John Collins, Draper's guy, John Collins, Brooke Lopez as well. Kyle was not really convinced that the Clippers were going to do we're going to win the whole thing. I really don't know what to do with the Clippers, to be honest with you.
Do the same thing we do every year, 5 seed.
Yeah, but they got better than 5 seed potential.
You just have to wait and see if they hold up.
You think the Clippers going to be better than the Warriors?
I think if they hold up, they will be.
I think so too. Yeah, I mean,
and that's a big if.
Sure. It's the same idea. I'm excited. Let me tell you this though.
Yeah.
As far as we can go back and forth about the over under with the Kings and Kings specifically, but I'm really excited just to see what the Rockets look like. I feel like it's been a while because, it's always KD, but it's been a while since we saw the Dame thing just didn't really work out. But since a big name, and if I'm missing an obvious one, please let me know, but a big name joining a good team to see if they can get over the top.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe Cat with the Knicks last year. I mean,
Oh,
you could
yeah.
say maybe, but
Yeah,
I
nobody
get
really
your
knew
point.
that was going to happen.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
He's Cat, so it doesn't really count.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't, yeah. I think the Rockets are either going to be whoa or, oh, okay. And some of that might be age, some of that might be fit. Who knows? But I am interested to see what goes on there.
I see what they're looking at, though. You look at that and go, ooh, he's exactly what we needed last year.
Mhm.
I understand their thinking.
That's why I was trying to convince them if KD went somewhere else. And I think we did this for a while, beginning of the offseason. These teams that don't get Kevin Durant, they might be calling for DeMar DeRozan.
One of these things is not like the other.
They're close enough.
No, they're not.
It's like a Coke and a Coke Zero.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Kevin Durant's one of the greatest
Coke
players
Zero.
of all time.
That's a Coke Zero. It's a Coke to Coke Zero.
It's a Coke and a Coke Zero for 18.
No. Come on, Whitey.
And
You can
no
give me that.
disrespect.
I know there's no disrespect.
DeMar DeRozan, but Kevin Durant's one of the greatest players of all time. Kevin Durant, I
He's
think,
30,
is
he's 30.
underrated.
How old is Kevin? Is he older than DeMar DeRozan?
Yes, by I think 2 years.
No, they're both 36, actually. Actually, that doesn't help.
No.
Doesn't help my
Just
argument.
punched a hole in your own argument there.
Actually, he is
Oops.
38. Yeah, no, Kyle's right. Don't Google that. He's 38.
Never ask a question in court that you don't know the answer to, counselor.
You studied to be a lawyer?
No.
It feels like you did.
I just watch a lot of those TV shows and read a lot of books.
Kevin Durant is 11 months older than DeRozan.
Huh?
Yeah, they're okay.
Yeah.
Point Allen.
Yeah, that was a big deal back in the day. What's coming up on the show today, Whitey?
Today we're going to look at what I call the NBA schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And boy, it's a good question. We have somebody coming up today. Who's coming up on the show today? Oh, Chris Myers.
Okay.
NFL on Fox. Yeah, pardon me for not remembering. And we have, did you play what Kyle Shanahan said on NFL on Sirius today?
Yes, we did.
So,
yes, we did. Beginning of the show.
Between the upheaval with the 49ers and the injuries and the Kings schedule, we got a lot to get to today, me and Jay today.
10.5 for the Niners. I was trying to figure out if Kyle Shanahan is just sandbagging all of us, but
It's trying to, huh?
you think so?
We're just trying to get better and get into the playoffs, and then you never know.
So go
'Cause
ham.
he's tired of having that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm supposed to win the
Yeah,
Super Bowl every year, and I never have.
Well, I said it was a master class in hedging your own bet. For everything he said, he hedged it. We got Fred Warner, we got George Kittle, we got all these guys, but we got a lot of young talent.
Yeah.
We don't know how it's
Doesn't
going to
matter
be.
how good your stars are if you don't have a good roster.
I'm like, come on, man. You're the
Yeah.
favorite to win your division. You're set at 10.5. I get what he's doing. Fine. If you want
He's
to
trying
do
to
that,
sneak up on people, Alan. It's not going to work.
he's trying to give himself some leeway if they implode again.
Right.
And I think that I think Jed York and John Lynch, I think Kyle Shanahan is safe. There was that the hot seat conversation, which weirdly didn't come up after they were actually bad. the hot seat conversation came up more after they lost in the Super Bowl because he didn't know the overtime rules, or allegedly, depends on who you ask. Then they actually were bad. I've heard no hot seat conversation with Kyle Shanahan where they missed the playoffs.
Didn't you? What TC must not have called your show lately. Didn't he even compare the roster now to like 2017?
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, nice try, Kyle.
Yeah. Hey, and I appreciate it. There's nothing better than lowering expectations if your bosses will believe it.
Right.
You know? I've always said exceeding expectations, much easier than meeting them. You tell everybody, we're just trying to, shucks, we're just trying to get into the dance.
Right.
We're just trying.
If we can get in there, you never know. He
So
did
who
he
you
say,
gonna-
we're trying to get into those playoffs.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
who are you, the Jaguars? What are you talking about?
we're trying to get into those playoffs.
There's some really good teams around.
and
we just
then,
wanna-
shucks, who knows?
We just going to put one foot forward, the other foot, and we put one pant leg on at a time, see what we can do.
That's right.
You just paid your quarterback. I think the problem is nobody wanted to pay Brandon Ayuk. So I don't think the Niners count Brandon Ayuk as a big money contract, even though he is, because they didn't want to pay him. But it was Kyle Shanahan running up the stairs before the Steelers. So
When are you going to start the 49ers need to sign Odell Beckham movement? He's
is he
available.
Is he still doing something?
He says according to his agent, there's teams interested, but no one has signed him.
He got signed in like August last year.
Who gets signed first? I know the answer to this, but who gets signed first? Oh, yeah, he's got to wait for somebody to get hurt. But who gets signed first? Odell Beckham Jr. or Cam Payne?
Campaign at least can go play in like China.
No. In the NBA.
Oh, well then Odell Beckham.
Really?
Campaign ain't getting no NBA contract.
I don't know, man. I think it's Cam. What do you think?
I think it's Odell Beckham Jr.
Really?
But it's close. It's close.
Campaign got to go to China. I saw a bunch of JaVale McGee just won the Puerto Rican championship. He got to go to Puerto Rico. He's got to do something like that.
You know, Kyle Draper was the one that shared that, hey, campaigns. Yeah. What does that tell you? I talked to Jerry Reynolds about that. He's like, that means campaigns representatives are really desperate if they're going to the team announcers to let them know that, hey, my guy's available.
But well, that's fair. But even the Odell thing, did anybody not think Odell was available? Right? We all knew. Yeah, you want a team or not?
He says he's been talking to Aaron Rodgers, but it doesn't look like anybody's interested.
Please do it. What a mess. So it would be so they got DK Metcalf. And then Odell would be, I don't know, their third or fourth receiver.
They got Roman Wilson.
They got a small receiver that he helped me out a lot. For prop talk.
Okay.
Do you still have him?
Yeah,
Can you look that up,
let
Kyle?
me just pull it up.
No, because I got to give love to my small receivers.
I feel like it's Roman Wilson.
It's not Roman Wilson.
Anyway, are you going to start that? That just seems so Allen Stiles.
Talking about Skoranek?
No.
Scotty Miller? Wow, they have Skoranek and Scotty Miller. That's crazy. Calvin Austin.
There he is. There's my guy.
They also have Robert Woods now.
Are there more than one Robert Woods?
No, it's just
He's
him.
on 3 different teams every season, Whitey.
I think there's just the one.
I don't know. There might be a clone walking around.
Might be like Santa, where maybe he has elves.
Why?
And they do some of the work for him.
What do you think? I'm going to try to get Odell on the Niners? What do you mean that's an Allen thing to do?
That just seems like the hot takey sort of thing that you could get behind sometimes.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, that was. Yeah, you're not wrong. Raiders, give him a call. Just see what he's got. Geno in the dome with Ashton, with Brock.
There we go.
With Tucker.
There we go.
Didn't they draft
Odell in the slot?
Didn't they draft like 3 receivers that are all not good though?
No, they got my guy from Tennessee, 6'5", runs a 4.3. The only 2 other guys, Whitey, Calvin Johnson, Randy Moss.
Yeah, and who is this we're talking about?
Deontay. I don't want to get the last name wrong.
I don't see this person.
Yes, we talked about him. We talked about
Trey
him,
Tucker?
Kyle. No, I already talked about Trey
Jack
Tucker.
Beck, Colin Johnson.
No, come on. Dante Thornton Jr. Stop playing with me, man. 6'5". All right. Then you add Odell.
Yeah.
I like Whitey's thought process. Well, I mean, to be honest, as we close out the show here, the Niners could actually use him.
They could use somebody.
I've been saying there's probably going to be, remember Invincible, the Disney movie?
Yeah.
Eagles, Vince Papale.
Right.
The Niners are going to have tryouts in Santa Clara.
Yeah, but Kyle's
I'll see you there.
No block, no rock.
Hey, I'll block.
Beckham wants any part of that.
Somebody texting, we read off the names of the tryout that they had, the Niners. I think some of them went to Sierra College and they were listening to the show and they just drove over there and tried out. Because I said, hey,
disrespectful.
No, I've never.
Frank Darby, put some respect on his
Sorry,
name.
Frank.
They signed one of those guys who'd been with him earlier.
Sure.
And Terrell Owens' son. Do not forget about Terrell Owens' son. Okay. All right, Whitey.
You like a lot of the juniors, don't you?
What do you mean?
Well, I think
it's in their blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I got you.
Odell Beckham Jr., perfect.
Yeah.
It's in their blood.
Yeah.
You know what it
is.
is.
The Raiders is a junior, wasn't he? That Allen loved so much, or the guy in the Steelers? Okay.
Which one?
One of the receivers you just asked him about.
Dante Thornton Jr.
Yeah.
You throw a junior on something, he's good.
Okay.
He's a good player.
Fernando Tatis Jr.
Ken Griffey Jr. Name me a bad junior.
Michael Porter
Ripken
Jr.
Name me a bad junior.
Michael Porter Jr.
All right, that's how we're kicking off the show tomorrow. But until then,
Junior Mints.
Whitey Gleason, brush my teeth. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jake Johnson. Drive Guys coming up next. Thank you to Brendan Nunes. Thank you to Chris Watkins, Kyle Levitt. A great job as always. Handle all the callers, texters, sack shouters. Till tomorrow, for the bag, like the beam. 3-1 with the Thunder. They beat their Spider-Man meme, the Bulls. So they're 4-1.
It's a back-to-back on the road.
They're 4-1.
Okay.
Look, if they don't get that game.
Early crash out potential right here.
4-1. Okay. They're going to lose to. Actually, I think they beat Milwaukee and lose to Denver. Okay.
I'm so hyped to do this for 82 games.
So they're 5-30. They're 5-3. That's correct, right, Kyle?
Yes.
5-3.
Host the Warriors.
Host the Warriors. Warriors, they won't be ready yet. Okay.
Ready for what?
That's right. 3.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the